backwards round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe.
The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the temporal sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your Reversal Blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the Reversal Blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced Reversal Blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden Armor Racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor Rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor Racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now! The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The Golden Armor Racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Arangel's power plant, factory, Quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a two-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's Play System and Creation Center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
After 2 weeks of grueling league action, and finally we are here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2025 Grand Finals week. We're here with you as the storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud together with Aya. Aya, how you feeling today? Uh, right, I'll take it from here for now. But I guess you're good. You're good. Yeah, so it's a grand finals, and in case you did not hear what Aya said, she is absolutely excited for the grand finals. So you can't wait for the grand finals to start. Of course, this will be the biggest question whether some of our top teams are able to clinch the title finally. But we also wouldn't be here without our official phone partner for the season, that is Techno, that will stop at nothing in giving you the best experience possible to play your favorite PUBG Mobile. Oh yeah, it's already up and in the game right now. In case you have not, for whatever reason, open your PUBG Mobile, do open it right now, but be prepared for a big update. I can tell you the update in this game mode is absolutely stunning. I love it so much. And of course, when you update this, as you can see here, the theme is enjoy the time of Golden Moon. And why time? Time is because you can refer to your old self inside of PUBG Mobile. Like when you first started on PUBG Mobile, how do you look like? You can like kind of like have a bit of a throwback from there. And we'll also like to thank Alan Walker, who is back together with us in this music collaboration in conjunction with PUBG Mobile's 7th anniversary. The first track is already out, that is Faded. Track number 2, what could it be? Track number 3, what could it be? But if you've been around since back in the day, you probably know the answer.
Or I'm just fixing the mic issue right now.
Right. Okay. So Aya will be back with us soon, ladies and gentlemen. While we recap on the current league ranking for our team. So number one right now, after collecting 2 weeks worth of league ranking points, is APG with 27 points, followed by Yangon Galacticos 23 points, and 214 with 20 points. So that's the 20-point bracket here, right? Then followed by like TTQ, KE, we have Hive, we have Harami Bro. They are in the double-digit bracket. But the teams that are on page number 2. So now we're showing all the teams together. But the bottom 4 teams, KHI, SX, SG, and also RTC, unfortunately, they did not make it into the grand finals.
Yep, but definitely they were not able to make it into the grand finals. So now looking at the top 16 teams, it is just very, very unfortunate. The KHI is actually tied up with Goa, but they just got those 2 points on week number 2. That's why they weren't able to get inside of the grand finals. And these last 4 teams actually who did not make the cut have that potential within them as well. But of course, they have the next seasons to make up for what they've lost here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring. But for today's matches, Sir Cloud, we are still, of course, going to have the same pattern of maps, which is going to be first in Sandhawk, 3 maps of Erangel, and 2 for Miramar.
Oh yeah, this will be based on plus AGMT. So if you're watching from a different time zone, do adjust your timing accordingly. And we'll be going back to back with our games. You got to stay tuned with us, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out on all the action. Day 1 will set the tone for day number 2. Sprint day number 3 is the grand finale. So each and every day has its own respective storyline. Total of 18 games to play. So even teams like at the bottom half, number 16, number 15, 14, and so on, well, they still have the chance to catch up.
They still do have a chance to catch up, but well, we always say that it's very important to have much of the points from the very beginning, just like what APG actually did for week number 2. That had been evident that they managed to get most of the points during the early parts of the week because they are not going to play during that last day for week number 2. So that had been very helpful for them to bank on those points quite early, although they were changed and overtook by YG during the last day. That is still something that they have maximized to do during the early part.
Oh yeah, they do have like a solid lineup, including the Golden Boy, Skynin,
Yes.
the player that brought them the gold medal during SEA Games in Cambodia and in the individual category. And he has been with APG throughout the entire season, transferred from OsjaTH Esports from the last season. And overall, the team has been doing very, very well. But of course, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. And the league stage is just the beginning for this team.
Exactly, and that's really exciting. As I've told you as well, I have high hopes for APG. Of course, even though I'm from the Philippines, we always see how these players maneuver their way through the grand finals. And it's just pretty much exciting. As I've told everyone again earlier, if you were not able to hear that, I believe that this grand finals would bring out a lot of the potential and skills of the teams that we weren't able to see during the league stage.
Oh yeah, because this will be the final sprint, right? The last 3 days. So that's why we'll get to see like the best of the best of these teams, how they're prepared. And also the teams have like what, 4 extra days to prepare for today itself. So things might change for these teams. Maybe they might find a different type of strategy, the way to play the game, a different favorite weapon to overcome certain situations. Because we've been seeing a lot of S12Ks around, or even before this, like the DBS. Maybe a new weapon might be exploited by the teams.
Ooh, that could happen because as of the past few league stages, we have seen bouts of usage of the M249 and several different guns as well that are out of the usual for the teams here in PMCL. So maybe we could see some of those highlights from a new gun that will be utilized in the grand final. So that really adds up the thrill that we might be seeing for today, Sir Cloud. If I am to ask you, Sir Cloud, what are your expectations for today for day number 1? Do you think it would be much on the aggressive side, or for also the times that we have seen for the past weeks, there are some days that they are a bit passive during the first few moments?
Right. I think because like day 1, technically the points are back to 0 except for the points collected by the league stage. And normally this kind of trend still allows teams to be as aggressive as they would have liked. Maybe when it comes to day 2, once everyone get the feel of like how everybody's playing, they'll start to slow down the gameplay a bit. And maybe when it comes to day 3, then they'll start to spike up the speed again, because well, it's the final 6 games by that time. So even though maybe some teams didn't do well in the first few games, they could still tell themselves that hey, there's plenty more games to go that we kind of can afford to drop.
Definitely. So now, speaking of, we are actually going to start in our first Sandhawk map. This is my favorite out of the 6 because this is the fastest. This has a lot of those early actions, and at the same time, this gives so much pressure to the teams, which gives them a bit of that space to be more creative inside of the matches. So now that we only have around 30 seconds before we start, this is going to give us a glimpse of what we are going to be seeing in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm sure for us as viewers, as casters, we love this map. But if you ask any player out there, they hate this map so much. And I can totally understand why, because it's very circle dependent. If it goes to one of the smaller islands, then it gets very, very difficult for those teams. But at the end of the day, they have to deal with it. They are playing for a reason, and they're the ones getting for the prize money while we are here being entertained by them. Let's check out Sandhawk as game 1.
Now, we are here in Sandhawk as our first map for today. Shout out to all of our viewers across all of our platforms on Facebook and on YouTube as well. I'm seeing you here, guys. Thanks so much for the heads up for telling me that my sound wasn't audible earlier, but now we are back, and I am back as well to get with Sir Cloud as we enter match number 1. Plane path is actually coming from the side of Docks onto the area of Cow, which doesn't give much of that trouble onto our teams, as this is just a very compact size map, so all of the areas are quite accessible as of the moment.
Yeah, flight path is not going to be a big impact to these teams. Maybe a little, like it determines like if you're able to drop first into your drop spot and you're able to loot first, but it's not biggest impact since it's the smallest map anyway. But inside of boot camp, we'll see a big impact here. We have Hive Esports and also KE against each other.
Oh no, this had been going on for quite a while now. Ooh, and that is going to be the first knockout onto KE Devan coming in from Hive Red. And that will also be a confirmation. So will this be the time for our kill enemy to actually take a step back? Because this is quite an early trip for them. But look at that kill feed. We also have one more team being knocked down, and that is coming in from our GFS. And that is, again, a confirmation as well. So very, very early, Sir Cloud, we already lost 2.
Oh yeah, and KE, they don't look like they're prepared. There are 3 other players. They don't want to challenge. They got the vehicle. They will escape for now. And that is a smart move because you don't have the numbers against Hive and you're probably not well looted. So might as well leave this area and loot somewhere else.
They need to do that right now, because once they acknowledge that they're not gonna have those wins onto Hive International, that is actually the time that they could have a better room for them to breathe later on and to loot around. Look at this 214. He's actually spotted by K Master D2K, but Master D2K ran over that rock formation, and that is very crucial, Sir Cloud. Fortunately for them, they don't have much of the players around, but this is now time for 214 to knock them down one by one, but damage has only went through, but wasn't able to knock them down. And now, Sir Cloud, this is one more of the battles that we are awaiting in Sanhok.
Oh yeah, they stopped right in front of 214. And 214, they seem to be well prepared. Look at their position. They are surrounding KE now, and they do have the numbers against KE. Anyway, the jump shot came from Emas, and he would knock down Master D2K. Looking for 2 other players from KE to eliminate.
Ooh, look at this. One more will be down onto the side of kill enemy, and that will be a huge, take a huge toll onto our kill enemy. 2v4 right now. Emma's received a bit of that damage, but wasn't able to knock him down. And one more will be taken onto the side of kill enemy. Kaya goes down, and will Lucas be able to clutch his way out, or will this be the end of their team, as there is also another who would want to join them later on, but with that nade being thrown onto his spot, he will not receive that so much, but Master D2K will be confirmed in the process.
Man, looks like a kill enemy. They are fighting back. But Younger Galacticos is also around the corner monitoring the situation. Now they do see somebody on the horizon. And Mernat, former GE player. Whoa, look at this nade. Okay, D2K goes back down to the ground again. And this is go time for 214. It should be quick work by Emas. And 214 wins the fight.
214 wins that fight. Very early elimination onto kill enemy. That would not help them so much, going home very early with no points in the bag. But looking at this one, the third party team who joined earlier would now give much of that pressure onto 214.
Yeah, Young Galacticos, they want to be a third party. While Harame Bros, we can see them on top of the hill. They just arrived. So they could be the third party later on. Gotta keep an eye on that. But for now, Young Galacticos, they're going to take advantage of this situation. Harame Bros, they caught Joseph instead.
Ooh, look at that. Bros are having that struggle as well. Several teams meeting quite this early is, of course, some of the things that we want to watch as viewers. But for the players themselves, this is going to be difficult later on to catch up the points that they've lost here. Oh, look at that. Lost again is what happened to the side of Bros, as they lost the rest of the team on that 15th spot. And on the 14th, just a few minutes, or probably just under 2 minutes, as Bro went out. That would also be Nexus Vanguards being knocked out.
We're looking to see more fights here. Look at the elimination feed. We even got Burmese goals on the elimination feed. They just took out another team, it seems. And Fearless Esports, including in the elimination feed as well. It's rolling really fast right now. But we're still going to keep an eye on to 214. 214 Emas alone between 2 different teams.
Oh no, that's not looking good. But look at this nade that almost knocked down YG Romeo Boy right there. Fortunate moment for him that he had a bit of that space to try to heal himself up. But Sin also joining this engagement. 214MS actually wanting to take down a Wako and was successful into doing so. Will he take one more or will he be knocked down later on? But that is a good trade actually. But that was just saddening that he wasn't able to secure that elimination. But this is far from over. Sir Cloud, we still have YG joining in.
Oh yeah, the fight's not over like what you said. Yango Guide goes around the corner. They need to reset because on top of this hill now it's Sin. And they got FV, they got Ranked as well at the same time. Okay, Yangon Galacticos holding this fortress strongly.
For YG, we all know what they are capable of, and they are starting very strongly here in match number 1 with those 6 eliminations, with still a chance to revive. Say Cloud here, they have probably most of the chance of getting this winner chicken. It might be too early to say, but I believe they have the momentum right now.
Oh yeah, I mean they are doing very well if you kind of think about it. Like YG 6 eliminations already, and we're not even into stage number 2. So for you to say that, maybe chicken dinner for them could be about right.
That is quite interesting if they are actually able to be consistent throughout this match number 1. Looking at what we have on the screen right now, Time to Quick being on the top of that area could give them that advantage towards Team Max. But for Team Max, at least they have a bit of that cover so that TTQ don't have that direct access onto their area. Meanwhile, for Burmese Goals, they also started quite well with 2 eliminations. So adding on to those 6 league start points, I believe head start points rather, I believe they are at least starting this Sandhawk map well.
Yeah, so far so good for them. The fact that they still maintain all 4 their players while collecting 2 elimination points in the process. I mean, you can't ask for any more than that at like what, before even stage number 2. And now speaking about stage number 2, we are already in it, and the circle seems to be a rather kind circle. It's on the main peninsula. Most of the teams are already in the circle.
And we only have here the likes of GOA and Goat Esports who needs to enter that ground, but the rest are already sitting pretty inside of the circle. Looking at this, PBMS trying to take down Burmese Ghosts as they pass by their area, but I don't think they really would want to push through with that engagement right now, as they're trying to survive a lot more and a lot longer inside of the game.
Yeah, so now that the fact that we have eliminated like 5 different teams, so there's a lot more space for them to like survive and chill. But one of these teams, Yango Galacticos, looks like they choose to move into the middle of the circle, Paradise Resort. A bit of a gunfire onto them, but we can't really see where they came from.
Exactly, but for YG right here, this is looking good for them because again, their spot in Paradise Resort, nobody is quite around to want to challenge them out. But looking at this moment, Go, as I've said, they still need to enter the circle earlier, but welcoming them inside of that safe zone would be BG Master Ichi taking down one of their players. And will he be able to take one more or even secure that elimination? We are yet to know, as Jeffrey here is still near to Ngapek Yao and has that chance to be revived.
Yeah, he should be back up real soon. The smoke ring popped out just as an insurance policy to make sure that they will not be shot from afar again. And so far, so good. I mean, looking at this terrain with the trees in between, it's not easy for long-range shots to land.
We still have 11 teams, and from those early gunfights, Circla, that was very, very chaotic. But right now, it's sort of a ceasefire for most of them. So the pattern is that we had those early bouts, we had those early casualties, but now around the middle, they could probably have that room for them to strategize for the latter parts of the game. And then as we reach around the middle onto the end, that is again probably going to be more chaotic.
Yeah, that's the trend, right? Especially we have already 5 teams being eliminated in stage number 1. That is really, really fast. And I think that was kind of something that we expected as well, considering that it's round number 1 and teams kind of had the mentality that, oh, we're starting back as a 0, so let's just go for it. And some teams that actually took those fights, though they got eliminated, but they still managed to secure a couple of elimination points, like 214, like Fearless Esports, like NX. So not too bad for these teams, but can't say the same for teams like KE and Harame, bro. Unfortunately, no points for them in this round. But whatever the case is, there's still 17 other rounds to go.
Definitely. But if I'm going to ask you, Sir Cloud, that we have, of course, different head start points for everybody. How do you think those teams with the least head start points should actually try to do their games here inside of the matches, given that they have the least advantage as of the moment?
Right. So I don't think they have the least advantage in every round because everybody starts off at 0, including like you have to reloot, you have to reposition yourself. So as long as they can have the mentality of like, we're not starting from 0, like we are starting on even ground with everyone else, take it game by game. And I think that's the way they should approach every round. And that's why we see like even some of the bottom teams, they probably have that mindset, the mentality. That's why they're still in the game. So that's one. And secondly, is that these teams, of course, they need to change the points, which is to get that number 1 spot, and everyone wants to win, right? So easier said than done is to collect those elimination points. But at the end of the day, PUBG Mobile is about survivability. So survivability has to come first, then you think about gaining those points by eliminations.
I would definitely agree with that one, but as we have seen for the past matches during the league stages, probably not just in PMCL, in a lot of tournaments, those eliminations right now really help so much because with the placement points just around 10 with the maximum, that really has a bit of a difference when it comes to the maximum capacity that you could get for the elimination. So that also explains why those aggressive teams have a bit of that edge, rather than those teams just waiting for them to get those placement points, which would not so much be enough at the end of the day. But looking at what we are seeing again here, Sir Cloud, this is Goa versus Hive International, which I think that is just 762 right in front of them.
Yeah, he's all alone. His other teammates could probably be like on the high ground, just overlooking the compound and provide cover if needed. But so far, no big engagements from anyone. But we might see one here by Goat because they need to get into the circle. They do have other options though, considering they do know that there's only like 38 players in the battleground right now. Make that like 34 other players. So they probably are telling themselves that, hey, we're only at stage 3. We can still rotate to somewhere else.
Ooh, but look at this. Go to Esports trying to go for that crash. A bit of a slow crash onto GFS right here. And going all the way inside. And they were not aware that Newbies was right behind them. That is a knockdown from their side. And Bunny will be taken down as well. Meanwhile, for GFS, they're just left with 2 players right now, and they're going for all of those nades right there, and that will land perfectly onto GFS Mazzy, leaving only GFS Shaco inside of that hut, which will actually quite be a mission impossible later on, and that is it. Ryder will be there to secure the eliminations onto Godfellas Gaming.
Yeah, unfortunate for Goodfellas as well. They joined the 0-point club in this game, pushing them down now at number 15. And GOA, they are still in the game as a full squad, so they could potentially push Goodfellas down to number 16, the spot that nobody wants to be in.
Yep, nobody wants to be in the last spot, especially here in the Grand Finals, because they have a long way to go, definitely. But with the movement of the circle, that will just be gently pushing everyone down toward the southern side of the map. But as everyone else will have to make their way through, they need to be extra careful as they would meet a lot of teams. Look at that, PH versus PH team right there. Hivedale onto Sin Esports, and that will actually be the last player, which will take a toll on the rest of the team, and they will now be eliminated.
Yeah, and Hive goes up to number 5 right now. On the elimination feed, we have more coming in. 762, just took on Appex Playz. That's going to be another point for Hive International, but Junior comes in.
Junior comes in here, and they are now actually pushing on to Hive with that nade as their grand entrance gift, and that's gift received by Jeffrey right here from Goa. Ooh, Joey was
Whoa.
actually wanting to get inside of that building right here, but that is Hive 762 giving them so much of those defense moments, and Clay Jr. is now just in front of Hive 762, which is actually still a good strong spot for him, as Hivedale and the rest of the squad will be there to help him out, and from behind that DBS will damage him out,
Yo.
and what a clutch coming in from 762. That is indeed a good start for him, eliminating the rest of our GOA.
Wow, a whole squad eliminated by 762 alone. Yes, towards the end, the other players came in, but then again, he got the job done before they were able to be involved in that fight. So great start for 762.
Yes, that is indeed a good start for Hive 762, and they, together with the rest of the team, of course, will have those 6 eliminations already. So really a good start for them. The question is, will they be able to stay consistent up until the end of the matches? And as Gold here tries to reposition themselves, they would just be hiding behind this rock formation, and they can actually have a chance to be caught in between BG and PBMS. So they need to be more vigilant with their surroundings.
Yeah, now that we have more teams eliminated, we have actually half of the battleground eliminated by now. So there's a lot more space for the teams to play with. But as we approach a stage number 5 state, the space will be scarce. So that will force teams to take more fights. Potentially, we're going to see another fight here between APG and Yangon Galacticos, our top 2 teams.
Oh, look at this. Let's now anticipate and wait for the movement of the circle. And who will that be favoring as of the moment, as Goat Rider will be still knocked down? Will it go to Pirates Resort? Oh, it will actually go to that spot. But looking at this, BG once again now started that battle onto Goat Esports, eliminating the full squad right there, taking the area where they were at earlier on. Gives them a bit of that leeway so that they could have that space to move around and wait for the other teams to try and challenge them.
Yeah. And since the circle is still within Paradise Resort, they might still want to hold on to their own corner for now. But there's a likelihood that the circle will move away from Paradise Resort itself. Anyway, on the other side, Hive International continues to try to collect more elimination points.
This is again 762 initiating those engagements. He is indeed on fire right now. Look at that. 4 elimination points just solely for him. So that is a good performance coming in from 762 that we haven't seen so much during the league stage. So I believe this is his grand final moment inside of PMCL. And one more knockdown will be on Lil Shalom coming in from Hivedale.
Oh yeah, this is looking like his final form now. Let's see if he can be consistent. So far, so good. 4 eliminations for him. And now Hive International Red is facing up against Burmese Goals. And from the other side, it's probably going to be PBMS coming in. So they have to be aware of another team on that higher ground. Anyway, Red eliminated across. And now he charges forward.
Now this is no hesitation, no more forward side of our Hive International. But look at this, Hive is also being knocked down by our BG2, are already taken from their side. They need to actually go for that reset as soon as possible, because Lil Yatka is still waiting for the movement to knock them down one by one and push them down even further with that nade connecting onto Lil Yatka. Perfectly cooked nade once again, courtesy of Hive 762.
Oh, they have to reset quickly because PBMS is now getting closer and closer. Another nade sends across. PBMS collects that elimination point. Minor will be knocked down and the elimination will be secured onto him. Now the rest of PBMS, they're coming in. 762 again in action, this time with the DBS. 1v1 gameplay, but he gets knocked down from the side.
Oh no, that is a good attempt coming in from 762, but from above, that will be Hive Claude to save the day for the rest of their teammates. And they have the best spot, if I could say that. On the southern side, is no one else is taking that area. Probably later on, if there are teams who would want to contest that ground from him, but as of the moment, we have your Hive Claude being still safe. But look at this, not safe anymore is Skynin coming in from Master Smile.
The Golden Boy eliminated by Smile. What a star players of A for his team. Yangon Galacticos, now they're on the inner side of the circle. They can play the gatekeeping game against APG.
They could definitely play that game right here as they have that upper hand onto gatekeeping our APG. This would bring so much of the struggle onto APG right now on how to handle our Yangon Galactics. And if they are going to be able to turn the tables around and take this Paradise Resort from YG, this could be indeed a game changer. But with what YG is showing to us, I believe they are not going to let that happen so easily.
Oh, not at all. I mean, it's Younger Galacticos that we're talking about. But we'll move over to Team Max for now. From the lower ground, charging on to TTQ. Time to quick esports now in trouble as Atif got Zuki. They know that 007 is on the other side. Nungex, on the other hand, just got eliminated. And that is the end for APG.
We have two Myanmar teams, one Cambodian team and one from the Philippines, who just has one player, so he has the least of the odds right there. But looking at the battles going on right now, going for those exchange of bullets, Team Max and our Time to Quick, and with that confirmation onto them, we have your Time to Quick having that best chance, but with KH being knocked down and also needing to enter the circle, YG is controlling the circle very, very well, and I believe they would want to capitalize with the situation right here because they own Paradise and they would not definitely want them to go inside.
Oh, beautiful nade sent across, knocking down KH. And Team Max, only the John left. He's going to be the final player. He's going to go in for a 1v1 against 007. 007 has to move because of the blue. 20% of health left. He exposes himself. And who won it? Who won it? Is it a draw? Who had the last blow?
I actually wasn't able to see because I believe the blue zone also joined the engagement and both of them went to the ground at the same time. So that is indeed an interesting play in between Time to Quick and Team Max. But now the battle is almost over. We have your Hive International, the last player, Hive Claude, onto our Yangon Galacticos with still 3 players strong and standing. So Hive Claude, I don't think he has anything else to do but just to hide from his spot and try to crawl his way inside of the circle.
Oh man, that was a really, really quick one. But now it could be a quick one here or a slow one. Let's see what's going to happen. Claude from Hive International managed to survive to a top 2, but right now he's on the outside of the circle. And look at this. The blue is just right behind him. He has 2 first aids, but he does not have the space to heal up. Going up against 3 players from Yangon Galacticos is going to be quite a tall order. And nothing will stop Yangon Galacticos from taking home the first chicken dinner in the grand finals.
Well deserved to Yangon Galacticos, taking all of those eliminations, taking that winner chicken dinner. YG here, wow. For the grand finals, for the match number 1, they definitely owned it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They had the circle, but it wasn't an easy circle for them to claim because they had to go up against at least 2 other teams to secure boot camp for themselves. Once those 2 other teams have been eliminated, including the top contender, which is APG, boot camp was theirs to claim. The circle went to Yangon Galacticos, and the rest was history.
The rest was history, and they are now in front of all of our screens. So YG here doing their best in proving to all of us that they would want this winner chicken dinner. Not only the winner chicken dinner actually, but the rest of the grand finals to be in their favor. But they still have a long way to go, of course. And APG, the other teams would not want that to happen. Of course, they worked so hard during the league stage. Of course, for the grand finals, they would work even harder.
Oh yeah, so this is just the beginning though. It's only game number 1. So this will be the biggest question, whether they can hold on to this top spot for now. But got to give it to them as well. They not only scored the chicken dinner, but the amount of eliminations that they got on the board as well is 10 eliminations. So that's 20 points to come together with it.
Easy, or probably not easy, but that was a very, very, how would we say that? Very, yes. 20 points for them. That would give them so much of that head start, adding on to what they had before we even started. So 20 additional points will definitely be something right here. But first, let's watch the highlights of what happened throughout match number 1. What a way to start our grand finals day number 1 that went to Yangon Galapagos once again with 10 placement points, 10 eliminations, and a total of 20 points. And this is surprising, Sir Cloud. Look at this. Just 1 point behind them would be Hive International because of those 13 eliminations that they had for match 1.
Oh yeah, they were so active right throughout the entire match. It was like from the beginning to the end, they were taking fight after fight after fight, and that's how they got 13 eliminations and a second place finish, which isn't too bad because you still got 19 points to come together with it. At the end of the day, it's all about the points. But too bad for the bottom 4 teams that did not gain any points at all. We got GOA, Goodfellas, Harame Bros, and Kill Enemy. No points for them, but it's not the end of the world yet.
Not the end of the world yet. They still have a lot of matches, and it just takes 1 or even 2 matches to be at par with the points of our Yangon Galactica. So I hope that they keep that fighting spirit up until the end of day number 3. And now, again, that was just day number 1, match number 1, and our overall rankings here will be what is on the screen right now. Yangon Galactica still holding that spot with 43 points, and just 10 points behind them would be APG.
Oh yeah, so Young Galacticos now rise to the top above APG. When we started the day, it was APG at number 1, but now they have a 10-point difference between themselves and APG. And let's not forget about Hive International as well. With good round 1, they are now at number 3, and they're only 13 points behind Young Galacticos. So one good round for Hive International could flip them up to number 1.
Yeah, that could be one of the possibilities, which gives probably so much of that push towards our Hive International. They started very strong. I'd give them that because look at the eliminations right here. They have those eliminations when you add the points of YG and APG, they have 13 overall, whopping number of points. I just really do hope that they would be consistent because this is what we have seen from Hive International for league stage week number 1 and day number 1. They started very strong, but as the day actually ends, that their performance also declined. So hoping the best for Hive International.
Yes, and Hive International, so far so good still because they're at number 2 here in one of our top 4 teams to watch in this round, including a Team Max as well and Time to Quick Esports. Though Team Max, we only saw them towards the end, but still, well, it's all about surviving. You're still able to survive to the end with a decent amount of eliminations. That is 5. That's not too bad. And considering that they got there with a full score time of only 4 minutes 26 seconds, I would say that's pretty commendable for Team Max.
Pretty commendable as well. We have here now, of course, upcoming matches for the rest of day number 1. We had that first game towards our Yangon Galacticos, and we still have 5 more matches for Cloud. We are going to see later on who else are eager to take that spot away from YG.
Oh yeah, there's still so many more games to go, including today itself. 5 more games to go. Anything can still happen. So that's why I always say it's not about how you start, it's about how you end. So these teams at the top, they have to be super duper consistent. But the teams at the bottom, especially on the middle page or even like on page number 2, they have to work really hard to catch up now.
They really need to work really hard. They need to double the effort of our Yangon Galacticos right here. But as we are all just still preparing for the next matches, I believe we are going to be back in quite a while. So again, this is Sir Cloud, and of course, together with yours truly, Playz, we are going to be back before we start our first match in Erangel. And we are now here for our match number 2. And this is going to be a different world, Sir Cloud. This is now going to be in Erangel. So I believe most of the teams are actually much excited to play in this game.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. And the teams will need to be excited. They will need to know this map like the back of their hand because this will be the map that it's not only the most OG map, it is also the map that will be played the most in any PUBG Mobile esports tournament, unless something changes in the future. But I don't foresee that. Anyway, 3 Erangel maps to be played back to back. They really need to know this map very, very well. And I wonder if our top teams will still be able to be consistent. So that will be the question that will be answered inside of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned. There's going to be match number 2 in our grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. Let's head on to it.
Let's head on to the first Erangel map for today. First out of 3 matches in Erangel. As Sir Cloud have mentioned, they need to actually be adept in this map because we always have 3 matches of this each and every day, and that will go on for the rest of the 3 days for the grand final. So playing path here will actually coming in from the area of Kameshki onto the area of Hospital. So this is quite northern heavy of a map here and of a plane path in Erangel. So the likes of SMB, Novoripnoye, just like what is always taken by our APG, is not so accessible as of the moment.
Oh yeah, so teams that like to drop all the way down south will need to travel quite a bit. They need to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, and hit down there. And there's a risk, of course, by doing that. They might bump into another team while grabbing their own vehicle, and an elimination might happen. So we've got to keep an eye on somewhere around perhaps the Pochinki-ish line area where normally vehicles like to spawn, and that's where the clash area might potentially happen.
We have also seen those moments wherein we have those early fights when contesting for a vehicle. I hope that will not happen right here. But looking at this circle, this will just be around the middle portion onto the southern side, so they could still rotate onto the Sosnovka military base right here. But with the movement later on, let's see if who will be having those early fights.
And this kind of circle is also very tricky, right? But we might know in stage number 2. But stage number 1 circle, it still looks like it could be 50-50. It could still go down to the military base, or it could still stay in the main peninsula. So this is something that the players will need to figure out. But if they want to minimize their risk, they can play by the river. So in case that the circle goes to either side, they can quickly jump over or swim over to that particular island.
Yep, like trying to have the best of both worlds so that they could have options later on. Yes, that is definitely one of the best strategies that they could do right here. But looking at Sin Esports, this is where they always drop at. So not much of a movement is going to be needed from their end to loot around. But for the circle later on, they actually need those vehicles to get to this spot. But looking at NX right here, they also went for that vehicle so that they could have a better position later on. But this is quite a quiet moment right here, Sir Cloud. We haven't seen teams fight over a vehicle or even fight over a dropping point. So it seems like we are just going to see those battles later on.
Which is all right. Good things are meant to wait. So if we were to wait, not that the fact that no teams are eliminating anyone, then that means that towards the later stages of the game, there will be a lot more fights happening and it will be chaotic. And if it's chaotic, it's good chaos because we'd love to see a lot more action back to back.
Yes, that is definitely what we want to see. But for now, what we are seeing is them gathering their favorite vehicles inside of the matches. Quite interesting is their use of the hovercraft. I will want to see them use that later on. And of course, the horses. If you have also checked from, I believe that was last week, there is one team who used that horse to traverse through the water. So we didn't actually know that was even possible. So that is one of those fun moments that we see in the game. There are also some players who used the glider around the map. So it all just boils down to how well they would be able to use those vehicles because one, that could help them, of course, to be mobile, but 2, that could also be their moment for the downfall.
Yeah, because like if you use a vehicle to use a horse to cross the river, you're super exposed because there's no cover at all, and the horse is very slow vehicle to swim. So it's not the most ideal, but it could be an option for these teams. Now, speaking about options, looks like Goodfellas, they took this option to take that shot, and Jipna became the first player to be eliminated this time.
Ooh, that is not looking good for the bros because for the second moment inside of the grand finals, they are having those early fights and early eliminations. So with bros only having 3 players right here, of course this is still Harame bro, but with them losing Jibna as a key player in the game, this could probably be weakening their team as a whole.
Oh yeah, you never want to start with 3 players, right? Though there could be, I mean, we have seen a lot of instances, right, that teams get chicken dinner with 3 players. So it's also very possible for Harmon Bros to make a big comeback. But now they have to think about survivability. Anyway, PBMS, and they took that shot, and Pretzel almost got his target. Newbies gets into the building, safe and sound for now.
He is indeed safe, but I believe PBMS would want to push him already, most especially if they know that that is just taken by 1 player, because that is still going to translate into 1 point later on to PBMS Pretzel. Let's see what he will do. Will he call for his teammates right here? But look at this from afar. We are seeing the 2 players of GFS make that 3 in the process, so they are going to be a full strong squad later on. So this is going to be a 4v4 battle. Let's see if they are actually if they are still going to actually take the challenge, given that that is not only 1 player inside of the compound.
No, but looks like Goodfellas, they want to go for it. Miner is ready from the side. He gets 1, he gets 2. Looks like Goodfellas falling apart thanks to the off angle by Miner.
Ooh, looking at that. A good moment for side of PVMS. I thought GFS was actually going to play as a full squad. Looking at 1 more elimination onto GFS Mazzy. Newbies is the only one left here trying to defend himself and trying to defend the rest of the team. But PVMS in the process will eliminate GFS. That is a good fight in between PBMS and our team, Goodfellas Gaming. So overall, I believe this is actually a good start for PBMS, and they could have probably 1 more battle with Team Max. But let's see if they're first gonna go for that reset, because that is not gonna be easy going on from 1 battle to another. And the hovercraft that I've been mentioning earlier is now here with the side of Goat maybe.
Yeah, so let's see if he's going to use it to cut across right now. But I guess at most, he'll park this around the area of farm, which is not too far away from the river. And if needed, then he will use the hovercraft. If not, then obviously they will still stay around the area of farm. So they're just preparing themselves for the possibility of this circle to pull down to the military base.
And looking at what we are seeing right here, not only Goat is sharing this ground, I will also be Sin Esports wanting to take them down, but I believe they would not go for that initiation of eliminations. Meanwhile, for APG, they're still being very quiet right here. APG usually is quite aggressive, but we haven't seen that yet as of the first match, and now here for the early parts of the match number 2. But let's see later on, as Fearless is right here, also having the same moments. Not much of a movement with their points, and at the same time, we are not seeing them rotate to get those eliminations.
Yeah, so everyone's now staying chill, anticipating the next phase of the circle, which is stage number 2, coming in about 10 more seconds. Majority of the teams, they are on the main peninsula. It will be hilarious if stage number 2 circle hard shifts down to the military base island. Though NX, they have 1 player there, which is King, and looks like it's true. It's a hard shift down to military base. Everybody sound the alarm.
Oh no, this is gonna be fun later on. All of them are probably panicking right now, getting into their vehicles to move on to the area of SMB. But let's see who will get those bridge actions later on, as we are starting that one with Sinwako onto our other team. But all of them will have so much of that struggle, Sir Clouds. This is gonna be fun to watch for us as viewers.
Oh, absolutely. We're starting to see the elimination feed line up. Skynin just got one out of Team Max. Fern gets easy as well. And on screen, we see that Rankit is on a mini chase, but he will now play the gatekeeping role against other teams that wants to pass by. FV from the side, spray onto Ngapekao. Ngapekao takes a lot of damage now, down to 50% of health, but his zooms pass by, takes a bit of risk. He should be able to survive, but can't say the same for his teammate.
Not really the same for his teammates as Goa and Jeffrey here will be taken by our Sin Esports, and Goa is also out because another team was actually targeting them, which is our Nexus Vanguards, and that was the last moment of Ngapekao right here. But looking at here, we have Skynin versus our Team Max, and those were the nades coming in from their side to secure the elimination, but nope. That will not be a confirmation right away, as the rest of APG would still want to defend Skynet.
And the fact that APG, they might lose Skynet, but hang that thought for a second, because now APG, they're firing back. Fern goes up to the high ground. We got one out of Team Max. Looking for the other players of Team Max. The John shows himself, knocking down Nang X, and now the John is the final player that's still active for Team Max.
They are still active right here. Looking at that, S12K gets through. Our Team Max coming in from APG, Ferngy, and the John will go for that crash. Ooh, he would want to run over Ferngy right here, but was not successful into doing so. So they're just exchanging those bullets right here. But who will actually win this engagement? This is the last player of APG right here. The last player. Oh, nice one for Team Max. The John, he actually was able to take down the rest of APG.
Nicely done by the John, the final player of Team Max. And now with the fact that APG just got eliminated, they only managed to collect 3 elimination points. Young Ugaticos can pull away from APG, and Hive International, they are now only 6 points behind APG.
This is looking so good. Looking at R214, they're also having their sweet time, having a mini vacation in that jet ski just to get across the island here. And as again, that will move later on. Let's see who will get the favor of the safe zone. But looking at how this players are situated right here, there are teams taking that bridge. Ooh, what a movement again with the circle. A lot of the teams coming in from the eastern side would definitely cry.
Oh man, I love trashy circles like this. It's just so exciting. But PBMS, excitement for them as they will collect their next elimination point by eliminating Jappy from Harame Bros. And now the gas station, there's another fight happening involving Hive International and Sin 762, nated down by FB.
Oh, looking at that, one of the best players so far of the day will be down onto that Hive International and taking that counterattack onto our Sin Esports. That would be Wako being knocked in. Hivedale from Hive International will also be taken down, as Hive Red is one of the few players together with Claude staying alive for the rest of the team. And all of this together happening with the pain of the blue zone joining in. This would not be beneficial for them fighting outside of the safe zone.
Here comes Rankit circling around, but you might want to consider to get across. Vico smoking up, gunfire under him. Rankit is pretty low, and if he jumps into the water, that's it. That could be pretty much it. Oh, he's not in the water yet. He's just by the edge. Red lobs a nade across. Rankit still survives somehow, but Red, he needs to take out FV behind him.
But actually, that was a nade knocking down Rankin. So FV is the Lone Ranger. Oh, rather not the Lone Ranger, but he also got knocked down. So this is one more player, which is cool. Onto the side of our Sin Esports, fighting against Hive Red right here. But heavily damaged. That is not going to be so helpful later on. He needs to heal up as soon as possible and go for that reset before facing Hive Red. But that nade also did not land perfectly onto our Sin Esports from our Hive Dragon through that window. That damage will end the life of our Sin Esports.
And now Hive International, they have to get across. 1 more minute to the zone closer. Give a Claw takes a lot of damage. Oh no! Knocked down by none other than Master Ichi.
Master Ichi has those itchy bullets getting through Hive International. One will be knocked down. Let's see if one more will be surviving from the side of our Hive International. And with again the movement of our safe zone, we have here 2 and 4 just right inside the circle. And Hive, unfortunately, will be taken by the Nexus Vanguards, who just passed by the area where they were battling with earlier on.
Too bad for Hive International. They could not capitalize on the fact that APG got eliminated early. And now they're still at number 3. But on the elimination feed, a lot more things happening. The John got in action. I noticed that earlier on. As Fearless Esports, now we're looking at them. They're taking care of the left bridge, but nobody's on the left bridge. They have to go on to the main peninsula right after this. But right in front of them is going to be the number 1 team, Yangon Galacticos, blocking Fearless Esports.
Blocking Fearless Esports, and also they will be blocked by the teams later on, and they will be gate kept by the movement of the circle. Again, this really challenges our teams moving from another circle, from another area to another different part of the circle. This is really a very challenging, very thrilling as of what we're seeing right here. But for the side of Nexus Vanguards, they also have the best chance to take this spot and try to check those teams who would want to join this area.
Yeah, they have to come in slowly right now because they came in a little bit later. So naturally, a lot of these prime spots would have been taken by other teams. I'll be interested to see what's going to happen to Burmese Goals. They are the only team now tanking the blue. And we're talking about stage number 4 right now. It's going to be quite a bit of damage for them. Okay, and now we're going to look at the left bridge. Yangon Galacticos is going to stop Fearless Esports from coming in.
They are going to stop them, so it would be quite a refreshing thing to see if actually Fearless Esports would manage to get inside of the circle by going through Yangon Galacticos and while enduring not so much of the bullets that YG could take on to them. But looking at this, 214 Michi was not able to endure the bullets that was given to them by our kill enemy.
As for kill enemy, they're not in the circle yet. Kaya doing a bit of scouting work, but I wonder, does he know that there's one playing from 214 just right across him? Anyway, Yangon Galacticos now in action. They're taking out players from Fearless Esports. Fearless Esports, they try to cut across. Smile will get Astro X, but Smile needs to be extra careful. He's pretty low right now, 30% of health left. While Mena takes a lot of damage, knocked down.
This is exactly what I want to see. Oh, Fearless actually managing to get their way through with at the same time damaging our Yangon Galacticos. They are quite showing their dominance right here for side of Fearless, and that will only be Say Cloud going around the map together with one more of the player, and the 2 players who will be left around the bridge will probably just die within this spot. And this will be Fearless trying to go for that elimination and confirmation of the kills, while Master Itchy will also be taken down. 214 was actually run over by our KE Kaya.
Gotta give it to Fearless Esports. They're overcoming Yangon Galacticos, who had the better position earlier on within the circle. But Yangon Galacticos, they're still not out of it just yet. So right now we have Say Cloud right in front of Fearless Esports. And it's just a matter of time because the blue will put pressure on the Fearless Esports, forcing them to move forward.
Yup, and again, that could be one more of the chance for a round 2 of Fearless versus YG. But Pop-Up there, pretty much damaged, and he needs to heal up and reset as soon as possible, because if he was not able to do that, this is exactly what will happen. Pop-Up being knocked down by the blue zone. Fearless 7 Sport will just try to get his vehicle to try to enter the safe zone, but YG Say Cloud is there to rain those bullets towards his location, and fortunately for him, he was saved by a few of those Regis entries.
He prayed so hard that it was answered, and right now he will get into the circle, but there are more teams waiting for him in front. So he's going to make that long rotation, passing by kill enemy, and hopefully he's able to tank the blue. He does have 2 first aid, so... Oh, he does have 2 bandages left. Will it be enough? Yes, it's enough, but he must survive this. Okay, so far so good for support.
That was a quick and swift moment coming in from Fearless 74. Trying to maneuver here inside of this compound, and he needs to find those first aid kits, but it seems like there is no supply in the compound that he went to, so he just needs to survive with what is left on his health bar right now. On our stage number 5, everyone else of course would want to take their spot inside the circle, but PBMS Pretzel will be taking down NX Zion, confirming that as well.
The fight continues on now with Nathan. Knockdown range is going to be the final player for Harame Bros. And Romeo Boy was prepared for him with a high guy advantage. He will eliminate Harame Bros.
Huge misfortune is actually here for the side of the Bros, GFS and Goa. They are having those early eliminations as a full squad in the matches for the past 2 games. So they really need to do even better for the remaining matches for today in order to catch up with the teams who are always still remaining and gathering all of those eliminations, just like our Young Galacticus still surviving with, again, 6 eliminations in the bag.
Yeah, 6 eliminations already. The more they survive, the more they continue to pull away from the competition. And now the fact that we have only 8 teams left, they're gonna also collect a placement points. Now on screen is going to be PBMS without the circle. Time for them to get in, but they know that other teams are waiting for them within the circle. As Miner plays the low ground on foot, taking a big risk to get into the circle like this.
Huge risk, but I believe that is the only way that he would want to get inside the circle, because there are limited options in those vehicles. We have a BBMS Pretzel together with Scaddy just driving by in front of NX Godspeed and taking that elimination with that vehicle right in front of them. PBMS Pretzel takes 1 for the count, but with Yangon Galacticus being just right above them, they could have that battle in the next lineup.
Yeah, and now within the circle, or at least by the edge of it, we see KE and Time to Quick Esports next to each other. Now in stage number 6, it's going to be difficult for KE because they have to cross the road, and right in front of them is going to be Time to Quick Esports. Somewhere in the middle of the circle, we can see a lot of these teams try to take this high ground, one of the prime positions within the stage. And guess who's on top? It's going to be Young Galacticos, SayCloud.
Ooh, look at this. Nades are being thrown right here, but that will just damage a bit onto their side. But joining in will be the bullets of PBM's Pretzel, knocking down SayCloud, and Romeo Boy here will be the last player for our Yangon Galactus, and he is already being pushed down, and from behind could also be bullets coming in from PBMS Pretzel, so they have the best angles onto YG Romeo Boy right here. But with that nade, that will not connect as well. He would just crawl his way, trying to defend himself towards and coming in from the bullets of our PBEXMSI, but he is not yet being actually pushed down, so we are feeling that sense of hesitation from our PBEXMSI. But 1 more will be eliminated. That will be our kill enemy, and from that push coming in from above, YG Romeo receives so much, and from the side, that is the S12K of PBM Scaddy to secure the elimination.
Well, Young Galacticos eliminated at number 7 with 6 elimination points, pretty decent. But the fact that APG and Hype International both eliminated way before them, so they will still continue to have this gap at the top. Next, the closest challenger is going to be Time to Quick Esports, but with only 2 players, it's going to be pretty difficult. It's going to be interesting to see who will score this chicken dinner this time, because PBMS Miner knocked by Yatka.
But looking at their elimination points, is 9. Just when we still have 6 teams that could get a bit more if they still try to survive, and 1 more if they get that winner chicken dinner as well. So really looking good for our PBEXMSI. I'm just looking forward to how else they would manage their game inside of this match. But looking at Time to Quick right here, as you've said, they are just left with 2 players and facing it with our kill enemy. Let's see what will happen.
Right now, long range on Suzuki by MM, knocking him down. Time to Quick Esports, they have to recover quickly because KE is now in the compound. 007 is the only player left for Time to Quick Esports. And KE, they had a little bit of help from PBMS. This is going to be the opportunity to overtake this compound for the hands of Time to Quick Esports.
And all those nades is not actually landing so perfectly onto Time to Quick, and they are still quite alive with MV being the last player on that side, and KE right here trying to find a better angle as to how he will eliminate the rest of our Time to Quick. But moving on to a different battle, however, BG versus GOAT Esports right here. They are being pushed and being taken down 1 by 1 as GOAT Rider rather is the last player left right here and will be confirmed at the same time with a very quick S12K action brought to us by Yatka.
Well, now Burmese Girls, they also have 9 eliminations for themselves. Going up against PBMS next, the team that last we saw had 9 eliminations as well. But the numbers do favor Burmese Goals. They do have a full team as compared to PBMS. Only 3 players on PBMS. They're playing it just like they have a full squad. Lobbing nades across onto Burmese Goals, but not able to land anything onto them yet. While MM keeps an eye on to the VOIN and Lookies.
This is quite probably favoring, yes, again, Burmese Goals and quite a bit onto PBMS. Oh, look at this. Trying to fix this vehicle, trying to go for that better movements later on around the map with the final circles approaching. Stage number 6 is quite right here, and they're again still trying to pin down our KE in order for them to not move even further. Devon receiving a bit of those damages, but was saved by that movement right here. PBMS MM preparing this frag grenade to land perfectly on KE. Will that actually land? But nope, that will not damage them so much.
It's not going to be that easy, right? The fact that they have this entire compound for themselves. But stage 7 is upon us, and the circle will shift. The compound is no longer valuable. It's a hardship circle towards the right.
Yes, and that is now going to be favoring BG and PBMS, but with BG little exit trying to go around in a position with his teammates. Let's see how else could this happen and how else actually could KE try to enter the safe zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge for KE, right? The fact that they not only have to deal with PBMS, but also Burmese Goals looking down upon them from the other side of the circle. Unless if Burmese Goals and PBMS, they distract each other, then maybe KE can get out. But they have only 10 more seconds to go, and that's still not happening.
That is still not happening right here, and both of the PBMS and Burmese Goals have their eyes on to kill enemy right here, going for those nades, going in for those bullets, and probably this will not be so easy for kill enemy as they will be pinned down by both teams. Looking at them right here, trying to set up those smokes, but at the same time receiving a lot of bullets from left and right here, and BG Lil Shalom will actually be there to welcome them in their entrance with the safe zone, and they're actually still not inside the circle. So this is going to be so difficult later on with that nade actually connecting to KE. Lukis and a few more bullets will end the rest of our KE.
Yeah, and the VOIN with the last hit. He still survives somehow, but he's not in the circle yet. And 2 teams still looking down at him. It's just a matter of time now for the VOIN. One nade on them by Shalom from Burmese Goals. And the point will go to them. 11 eliminations now for Burmese Goals.
Wow, 11 whopping eliminations, and both of these teams are actually heavy on those eliminations for match number 2. So with the aggression that they've shown throughout the match, I believe that will be translating right now with the battles that they are going to have a face-to-face. But when it comes to the number advantage, it is definitely going to go to the side of PG.
And here comes Burmese Goals with the number advantage. This will be the question. Numbers they do have, but they still have to work hard to wrap things up. It is PBMS that we're talking about here. PBMS with 3 players, Scotty, MM, and Pretzel. Let's see if they can do it. We're still at stage number 8 though, so we're going to look at the next phase of the circle in about 3 more seconds. And who will get the blessing of the circle? Looks like it's still both of these teams on it.
Both of them being still inside, not feeling so much of the pressure from both of the teams. Not much movement is needed, so they are still focused on taking those players and trying to pin them down one by one. So no overextension should be done by PBMS as BG Lil X is right in front of them, but they are actually the ones being taken by that knockdown, and exit will be taken, and now this is trimmed down to a 3v3 situation. So this is quite going to be interesting later on, but with the movement coming from PBMS Pretzel trying to go for that reposition. Mollies are now being thrown, smokes as well to have that sheer cover right here. BG Lil Yatka will also be knocked down, so this is quite looking good for side of PBMS as they are trying to establish their dominance onto Burmese Goals.
And they're trying to make this comeback right now. So far, so good for PBMS, but they have to wrap things up. Master Ichi is the next target right now by MM, and he got him. This is go time now for PBMS. 1 more to go. Woo! And PBMS numbers do not matter as they will still secure the chicken dinner.
What a game coming in from BG and our PBMS right here on our screen with that winner chicken dinner. They debunked the myth that numbers are on the top of the food chain. They answered us with the perfect timing of the movements that had been done and the strategies that had been shown by our PBEX MSI. So congratulations and kudos for taking the second chicken dinner of the day.
Oh man, this is one of those moments that we live for, to watch, to see a team
Yes.
making a comeback. 3 players going up against 4 and still able to win it against Burmese Ghosts. And you gotta think about it, Burmese Ghosts, their lineup, they have no pushover lineup as well. They have experienced players, but still, PBMS is able to come out on top with the chicken dinner. And not only that, they scored a whooping amount of elimination points, make that 14 for PBMS.
Woohoo! For our PBMSG managed to get that winner chicken dinner with only 3 players remaining. So that is really impressive for the side of our PBEX MSI. Looking forward to their next place for today.
Oh wow, what a game this is, what a game this is. At some point, I'm pretty sure everyone would have thought that, okay, Burmese Ghosts would have done it. But let's check out the best moments here from these highlights. And here comes the match ranking. So 14 elimination for PBMS with the chicken dinner. That brings them 24 points in this round, followed by Burmese Ghost 17 points and Kill Enemy with 10 points. So that's the double-digit club. Now, of our top teams here, only Young Gaticos is on page number 1.
They are just here on page number 1 with quite a few points inside, of course, making that way through. So that means those teams from the bottom are slowly waking up and slowly adding to the points that they are having here in the grand final. So on the second page, we only have Bro and Goa with 0 points. So at least for 2 and 4 in GFS, they had 1 additional point ending the match number 2.
Oh yeah, so that's still pretty difficult for them right at this point. But still, if we would count the games, there's like 16 more games to go. So yeah, but by the time we count and we count and we count, it's probably like the end of the day, and then it's going to be even harder if they're still not able to boost themselves yet. Even harder for like teams like Harami Bros and GOA, of course, without any points at all in this round. Harami Bros, no points in the last 2 rounds. And this is the current overall rankings. Of course, Young Gaticos is still at number 1.
They're still on number 1 with 50 points, and 40 points behind them rather is APG with 36. Just 1 point away is BBMS after getting that winner chicken dinner with now 35 points. Hive a bit pushed down with 34, which only just has a 1 point difference as well. But with BG, that would be 4 points between them, and Time to Cook as well with 4 points. So a lot of these teams, Sir Cloud on the first page, just to have a few points in between them. That means just one match, or even within the match, there could be several changes in our overall rankings.
Oh yeah, just one good match still, because the points are still close enough for that to happen. Especially look at PBMS. One good round, one chicken dinner, then now in the top three, number three especially. Now our top four teams. Of course, we gotta have PBMS here, and Burmese goes the last two teams, and then we have KE. Even though it was a difficult circle for them, but they overcame it. They crossed the road, they took out that compound, and they got themselves this number three spot, followed by Young Radicals, still consistent to be in the top four.
Very, very consistent is what YG is showing to all of us. They started very strong and they're still doing it onto match number 2, despite them not taking that winner chicken dinner. Those 6 eliminations on its own will really be translated into a better rankings later on. So with them still staying on top, that could still be sustained probably up until the rest of the day if they're not going to go home with consecutive 0 points. But with BBMS Pretzel, we have him here on the MVP screen with 5 eliminations, 1090 damage, and just 143 damage taken. And 143 actually translates to I love you. So I believe BBMS Pretzel wants to say I love you to all of us because he had shown a very good performance in match number 2.
Why is 143 I love you? I actually never got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, why?
I'm not sure, but probably let's ask for the viewers. Guys.
Yeah, put it in the comments, people. We want to know why 143 is actually I love you. In case you know, especially for the non-single people, you probably have the answer. For the single people like me, you know, it's okay that we don't know, okay? We have the license to do so.
Yes, but just a quick background, right? We have a 143 because I translates to 1, love translates to 4, you translates to 3. So it's just basically the numbers. So probably, maybe not a lot of people in the comment section knows that, because although I don't understand what they're actually commenting. So shout out to all of you guys. Good evening and welcome here in the grand finals of day number 1 for PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2025. And we had just finished 2 matches for today. The first Sandhook map was dominated by Yangon Galacticus, and the second one was taken by PBMS from the Philippines.
Yes, and while we await the next match, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short breather. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back for game number 3.
And we are back for our match number 3. That had been a bit quicker than what we had for the first 2 matches. So now, again, this will be in Erangel. So our second out of third Erangel matches for today. Slowly but surely, teams are getting into their rhythm. So I am quite excited to see what else would they show us for this next match.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Especially when we got a trashy circle earlier on, like it was kind of 50-50. Majority of the teams were on the main peninsula until stage number 2 where the circle shifted down to military base and it was all chaos. The teams had to like cut across each other to get into the military base island, and we saw a lot of elimination, so it was great. I wouldn't mind more of that as we head on to game number 3.
Game number 3 indeed is right here in front of all of us, and Plane is flying through the map of Erangel. Exciting moments ahead for all of us, and as SirCloud has mentioned, I would also see some more of those strategy circles, not to give a bit of the struggle for the scenes, but rather to extract that challenges and extract those strategies coming in from them with all of those tactics that we haven't seen yet for the first 2 matches. So plane path coming right from above onto the area of Novo Ripnoye. So quite a different plane path than what we've seen earlier from Kameshki onto Hospital. So now this could probably bring us about different battles quite early.
It's okay. They're supposed to play anyway, and they're supposed to kind of entertain us as well. So if we get those kind of circles, we'll just be being chilling on our own residences and enjoying the show. So I wouldn't mind if like the entire day we're going to get a trashy circle. So we're going to get another meter-based circle. Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. So now we are going to wait for the first appearance of the circle. Where would that go? That is the question right now. So it is really quite exciting. Who will get a favor? Who will get the curse? Ooh, look at this. Going on to the northern side around the area of Kameshki, where our first plane path came from match number 2. So quite interesting, because there would be a lot of teams who are going to be left outside of the safe zone.
Yeah, and if circle goes towards the Starber area, that would be pretty fun. It's going to be kind of hard for these teams to navigate around Starber. I mean, it's a hilltop. There are a lot of layers to it, and the team that normally gets the best spot, they would dominate well, because they have the vision and they can overlook other teams. They can shoot them while they travel and so on and so forth, gaining those elimination points. So getting a good spot at Starber is going to be really important for the teams.
Really, really important right here, but we haven't seen 2 teams yet drop in the same location. So that is what I am actually looking forward to. Those early fights wherein none of them have much of those utilities yet, much of those ammos, and even a weapon in their hands, just like what we've seen in between Kill Enemy and Hive International in Sanak map. That hadn't been replicated onto match number 2 and match number 3. So looking forward to those moments. Probably not today, maybe tomorrow, just in order to bring a bit more spice into the battle.
Well, if it's every day, every single map, I wouldn't mind that. I'm not going to complain. If we get all like a regular circle, like a god car all the time, you know, like a mansion, like a farm all the time, it's gonna be like, okay, this is a regular circle. It's like there's like a lot of land to it. It's like, nah, we like a challenging circle. So give them all these like Zarky-ish, Star Wars circles, military base. That would bring a lot of excitement to the game.
Exactly. I would even want to see a water circle, SirCloud, just like the sea games, literal sea games. They're gonna go around the area of sea and they are gonna swim their way. So I would want to see that, just like what happened in the final moments of PMGC in the Miramar map, wherein they need to swim their way through. So those moments are the kinds that we live for, as you've said. Those challenging ones, those fiery moments. So now it is just quite a quiet moment for everyone, as all of them would go into looting and of course try to gather all the things that they will be needing for later battles.
Yeah, so it's a regular start, and we don't see like any tussle for vehicles. It's the second time around that we see this kind of like an avoidance from all these teams when it comes to like collecting like the very early vehicles. So probably they have kind of like figured out like, okay, this is how we will drop to ensure that we don't bump into each other early on. And that's probably something that they learned throughout the course of the 2-week league. And speaking about the 2-week league, for this season, it is a shorter league as compared to before. So the learning curve has to be a lot quicker for all these teams.
And they need to very quickly adjust and adapt to the situations right in front of the. Oh, and we have here the horsey ride
Hmm.
inside of our map, and I really just want to see those moments. It's sort of a refreshing sight to see for all of us. Quite a comic relief, so that we are seeing the players just riding their horses and trying to from one point to another. So at least it gets its job done. So technically, that is still a vehicle. So it's really fun to see.
Oh yeah, it'll be even better if like the camera pans over to whoever who's using the horse, and then you have like this cowboy background music to it. Ah, that'll be
Yeah.
perfect.
That would be a perfect scene for all of us to see, but that is still not happening. Probably next season. We can request that. We can request those moments. But right now, what we are seeing are just players, of course, going around the map, getting those vehicles. Not much of the rotation is going to be seen, most especially from those teams who drop just around the northern side. But for those who have taken the middle portion, oh, look at this. The middle portion is what we are seeing right here. Team Max versus Goat Esports. They just went to go for those bullets right here, but no one was damaged in the scene.
And two teams passing by Yasnaya to go to the starboard area. As expected, everybody wants to get to starboard as quickly as possible to get the best position. And we have Gold Esports here. They are pretty much by the foot of starboard right now. Let's see where they want to go. Do they want to go all the way up, or do they want to start somewhere in between so that they can
Oh,
overlook other teams? But Ryder,
what are you doing there,
he needs a
Ryder?
bit of help with his ride, or maybe not.
Maybe not. He managed to find his way out of that unfortunate circumstance. But looking at our team Max, as they just ran over our team Goat earlier on, Goat Esports, they're still quite alive here. Not much damage has been taken. They're still all up and alive. So again, movement is what we are seeing from most of the teams, and the best position for them to take for later on. And we have here Goa from the observatory knocking down, or at least attempting to knock down Team Max Joseph, but was not successful in doing so.
And then now at the peak of Stauber, the highest possible spot. Now it's great to be up here, not gonna lie. But the
Yep.
downside is that you don't get to truly see like 360 of where all your opponents are just because of the layers. So by the time you know it, sometimes like teams will access from one side and you have like two different teams on top of Stauber. So it might not be the best of the best position, but if the circle does go there, of course, being on top of it is going to be great. So they're probably thinking of like surviving first and gaining eliminations later.
That is definitely what they are up to right now. But again, not much movement is seen from, rather, not much action is seen from all of our teams. They are just prioritizing everything else. We are almost on to our 8-minute mark, and not even one single player has been eliminated from the match.
Yeah, till now, right? As we're approaching stage number 2, so a lot of these teams taking their time. We have 3 teams now in the blue,
Ooh.
but that's just as you mentioned, Young Radicals, Mernat, you got to knock out of an APG player, and that is a target that they would love to eliminate.
This is a battle that we would want to see. Two top teams getting those early fights, and whoever will get this battle will definitely have that advantage. So now, with YG knocking down our APG, they need to push through with that engagement, because so far they got their teammate revived. Nang X is still here, not having those resets yet. Master Smile going around the map, trying to disrupt what they're doing right here, just making his presence felt. And together with the rest of Young Galactus, will they actually go for that push? We have a Romeo Boy taking that frag grenade in his hands. Will that land perfectly onto Nang X? Nope is the answer, and they actually have time to bail out and try to reposition themselves.
Yeah, they want to take this fight against Young Radicals while the circle shifts away from the Stauber high ground, and now it's around the Stauber lake. So that's going to be interesting here on how they're going to navigate around, because there's a certain amount of unplayable land because of that river and that lake as well. While APG, they are in the circle, but they're coming from the high ground, and looks like they choose to disengage from Young Radicals.
Oh, disengaging for now. I think that is actually a smart move as well, because for the past 2 games, APG hasn't gained much of the points, and it was always for the favor of our Young Galactica. So again, a smart move for our APG. They need to last longer. They cannot lose very early because, as we have also seen for week number 2, that had been their weakest point. Going into battles very early and eliminating the rest of the team that actually went on for a few matches. That's why they were also able to secure better points as they reach their final day in week number 2. So for APG, again, they need to work on their survivability in this match.
Yeah, and they know that the fact that Yahoo Radicals had a decent round before this, while APG did not, so they cannot afford to go out early at this stage. Even though they only got like a few eliminations, but they still go out without any placement points. It's not going to be worth it because they are the top contender out there to catch Yahoo Radicals. And if they bottle it with only a few points, it's going to be hard because Yahoo Radicals, again, being such a consistent team, they could again pull away from APG.
Definitely. And by looking at it, that 14-point gap is not easy to catch up later on, most especially if they are going to be pinned down very early in our matches. So that distance, that making of distance earlier with YG is, again, very smart move coming in from APG. But the question is, how else would they find the battles later on? Will they also do the same thing? Will they bail out, or will they push with what is happening on the screen right now? We have our Goat Bunny being pushed by those bullets from behind, which is actually coming in from Bro, one of the teams as well that we are asking better performance from.
Yeah, Harami Bros pretty much in the middle of the circle, so they should still get the next stage. So it still is okay for them. But this circle, okay, this is another trashy circle just because stage number 3, we still have that river in between. And we're going to see Harame Bros scoring the first blood. So as like what you mentioned, they have to do well this round. And finally, they score 1.
First point for our bros here in match number 3. Let's see how else would that happen later on. They have this warehouse right here, but the circle is actually going to shift away from their side. So they also need to move just like their target right now. Just go to Esports, war in their vehicles, trying to move inside of that space. Actually, 2 players are already inside, so they're securing that spot for the rest of the team. But will that be ideal later on? Let's wait and find out.
Yeah, as the time will go by and the circle will shrink in about 5 more seconds, we're definitely going to see a lot more eliminations, a lot more fights, and that's why we will evaluate whether team will continue to survive. So speaking about survivability, most of these teams so far survived to get into the circle, but I probably might have spoken too early because now Team Max, they took out a member of KE, Kaya bows out.
Again, Team Max versus Skill Enemy. We have seen this battle from the previous match. So now having that round 2, let's see who will win that engagement. Meanwhile, for Sin Esports, they're still targeting Goat Esports from afar, from across their spot where they're taking at where they're being at right now. So with them just staying in this spot, I think that would be ideal later on, as they're just quite in the middle of the circle. So safety is on their side.
Oh yeah, for now that is. Well, we gotta monitor the situation, right? Because it is still a very difficult circle because of that river. Just because of that river. And you still need to play a bit of guessing game. What if it's like stage number 6 when you clearly get a circle that goes onto the opposite side island?
Oh, no.
Then it's going to be a disaster for the teams that are still playing.
Disaster indeed. So they really need to also weigh things out onto where they are going to stay for longer later on, or will they just have that perfect chance to have a spot wherein it's easier to rotate in the latter parts of the game. But looking at Team Max right here, they're also doing the same thing, rotating onto the inner portion of the map. In KE, we'll also do that same rotation right here by APG, knocking down the bros right there. They probably met when the 2 players of Bro are moving inside of the circle as well. And for our Fearless, they're also wanting to target our team right there. But Bros are already together as a full squad, and they would need to challenge our APG right here. And they need to defend themselves with that push. And one more will be taken from the side of the Bros.
And here comes APG, but Skyden gets knocked down. Anyway, Tops comes in from the other side. And Top We secure an elimination point for the team. Arame Bros now down to Jappy. Jappy eliminated. The moment the rest of 214 arrive, and 214 now they are being the third party. They want to finish off APG next.
Oh no, that is what we have said earlier. We wanted the Bros to try to make up for the points that they weren't able to get earlier on, but with the joining of our 214, that is their downfall and the downfall as well of our APG, as 214 took those eliminations from behind as well. There would be much of those joiners from our GFS. Interesting things are happening right here, but with the movement again of the circle, they need to make their way out.
Oh, I expect to see more fights now happening. Good fellas from afar. They spot 214, but Chewy gets knocked out by FV from Sin. Where is FV?
Oh no, we don't know where he is at right now, but with GFS, Beast and Shaco being alive, trying to revive their teammates, 214 having that battle still with them, and they need to push their way in and onto the other side of the map. That would be Hive knocking down and securing BG little exit right there, and 214 with a push onto GFS. I'm not sure if this is the best thing for them to do, as the circle will move away from both of these teams, but I guess they find it worth it to get those eliminations. But with the nade not connecting so much, GFS are still alive as of the moment.
Well, nade definitely been lobbed across onto Good Fellas. Good Fellas doing the same on the 214. Krivo been knocked down. Michi from the other side gets down for his vehicle, but immediately eliminated. And Good Fellas, they survive for now.
That is exactly what I've said. That is not so worth it to push as of that moment, because they're still outside the circle. They need to move in, and now that is a very a challenging moment for them, that they lost the full squad with that error right there happening. Meanwhile, for Go Esports, maybe here got knocked down, but he will try to go for that revive, but Sin Esports actually just right in front of them, and with those nades shaking their worlds right here, this will be Coles getting that one more into the bag. Will that land perfectly? Will that be a good follow-up? And that will be, as Go Bunny will hop his way out of the lobby.
Beautifully executed by Coles to secure that elimination point. And now it's time for him to get into the circle. He will get in safely thanks to his other teammates who became a marker for him. He will be safe and sound for now. But besides Sin, there's actually one player from another team. Okay, that's going to be Ichi from Burmese Goals.
Oh no. Nice setup for all of them right there, but they're all just waiting again for the shift of the circle. Will they need, or will they be required to move a much, or will they just be staying in this spot? As KE is just proning inside of that house right here. Team Max, I don't think this is the best position for them to take. 4 players right inside of this single house, and much of the entry points could be crashing them later on. So let's see if that... Oh, actually, the John is outside, but I don't think, again, that is the best spot for them to take. But with the movement, again, of the circle, will it be among that spot comprising the rivers? Oh, yes, again, Sir Cloud in the middle would be the river.
Again, stage 5, we still have that river. Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, we asked for a trashy circle we're getting now, so it's not a complaint. I'm just trying to empathize for the players, but at this point, it's going to be their problem. But it's going to be a problem for Good Fellas right now. Look at the amount of teams in front of them to get into the circle.
Not our problem, but theirs. So the problem is really going to be giving them so much of that pressure later on. But pressure is real here for GFS newbies, as Max the John is going to go a bit forward to his location, getting inside of his buggy, but trying to survive those bullets. I actually see Max the John will be the one being knocked down by GFS Shaco from afar. So all of them are having their own struggles, and GFS newbies will also have that nade landing perfectly onto his side, coming in from Team Max. So movement are now quite needed, and they need to do that swiftly.
As a fearless esports, they want to get into the circle as well, but they're looking to see if they can sneak away a couple of elimination points from that hill, or maybe not. They're just monitoring it, but they're going to focus on getting into the circle. Anyway, a tip gets newbies from Good Fellas. Well, Davan is tanking out the blue. We're looking at Rosal right now, and Davan, he does have one first aid, though he has to use it quickly. Oh, he doesn't have enough time. Unfortunately for Davan, he was not able to get in.
That is very sad for KE Devan. He really tried his best to enter that circle, but that is not really for him as he went down. But looking at his Fearless onto PBMS as Nate is being held by MM, he would throw that onto the side of our Fearless Esport. But will that actually damage them a bit? I think it will, but will not be able to knock them down as Fearless pop up. Ooh, will be ran over by the player of our PBMS. And will that be a secure? We're not yet sure, but surely throwables and utilities are very crucial in this moment. Ooh, and with one more ran over, that will be the end of the Fearless pop up.
That's not a minor move. That's a major move, man. That's right. That they will be able to secure more elimination points. Minor does it again. Scotty takes a lot of damage. And look who came. It's going to be Younger Galacticos wanting to be the third party against BBMS.
I'm not quite sure what PBMS ate for today. They are really explosive and I commend them for that. But for YG, just being a bit near to their spot, they need to be much vigilant as nades are now being prepped up to go for that makeshift red zone onto their spot. So their worlds will now be shaken, but shaken out of the game was Kill Enemy.
And Younger Galacticos not over yet. They still want to collect those elimination points. They are overlooking PBMS. PBMS right now, they only have the smoke between them and Younger Galacticos to try to buy a little bit more time while Minor does the scouting work. He's looking to decipher where exactly the videos of Younger Galacticos are at. But Younger Galacticos, they're on the inner side of the circle. Anyway, we're going to see the circle shift and soon PBMS, 2 players knocked down, make that 3, 1 more to go. Younger Galacticos looking to go into secure the elimination points. A 3 for Younger Galacticos.
3 for Yangon Galacticos right there, and now I think they're far from over, but we have the joiners from outside, and now the battle is on between Sin Esports and GFS, but Shaco is not moving an inch. He needs to hide himself very well, as that is the last player of our God Follows Gaming, and with the movement in circle, he still needs to try his luck into getting a portion of that safe zone.
At the same time, just looking at the points between Younger Galacticos and also the closest contender right now, PBMS. And Younger Galacticos, they're starting to collect placement points as well. Anyway, on the southern side, just outside of Raw Zone, now we have Time to Quick Esports. It's their turn to get into the circle.
Ooh, circle. Let's see if that will be favoring them later on. Hive Cloud here now targeting Sin Esports from afar, and that would be Wako just trying to avoid further damage, but nope. He wouldn't be able to be revived later on. It's Claude here trying to also smoke his way so that he can use his vehicle, or is that already detonated? So he needs to just walk amidst that smoke, but all of those bullets are already onto him, and Hive Claude will also be out.
That's it. That's it for Hive. Again, Younger Galacticos, the only team at the top. Who's going to stop them right now? All their closest contenders have been eliminated, including next is going to be Sin Esports eliminated as well. And more teams are out, including Time to Quick Esports, top 5 teams now.
Wow, look at those 5 teams. Make that 4. They are quite spread onto our scoreboard. 1 from the very top, 2 from around the lower middle portion, and 1 from the very bottom. So very nice to see. And if this is not going to go for the favor of YG, that means those 3 teams has a bigger chance to push themselves towards the top of the leaderboards.
Oh yeah, those Younger Galacticos, they do have the most amount of numbers now. But what we saw and what we learned from the previous round is that the 3 players are still able to beat the 4.
Yep.
So Younger Galacticos, they cannot be complacent looking at what just happened earlier on to other teams. Anyway, they're still in a good position. They are on the shooting range island, which is where the majority of the circle is at.
Exactly, and I think with, again, that river being in the middle of all of the things that are happening right here, that gives him a bit of that trouble into going from one place to another. But if this will just end onto the northern side and will not comprise that water again, I think that would be much easier for all of the teams except for NX, because that would be NX Zai from the other side and 1 more player from, I believe, our Goa, who needs to go to the main island. But with our YG moving, and again, they are just wanting to pin down our Team Max in the middle. Let's see if they will actually be effective in doing so.
And whether they'll be affected by the circle or not. And now we're going to the next stage really, really soon. Most likely we'll go to the Northern Island and we get a confirmation right now. We do have an airdrop at the area where Young Radicals is at. Team Max, right smack in the middle of it.
Right, just northern of the previous circle, which means again one player of Goa will have that difficult time and one player of our Nexus Vanguards also will get that struggle, but more of the favor will go to Yangon Galacticus and again our Team Max. Look at this, Clay Jr. is just right behind and below rather this bridge, so him trying his luck. Ooh, you would actually see NXI, and what a movement coming in from him, getting that easy and instant elimination. He even bagged one more point, which actually gives him a bit of that space to move around. But oops, he needs to also be careful because the same thing that he had done to NXI could be done to him by NX Baby Naughty.
Yeah, this is what we call potentially karma might happen. But Baby Naughty, he has to pull the trigger. Well, he's taking his time. He's making sure that he won't be backstabbed if he shows himself. But at the same time, he might be allowing his opponent, Clay, to actually dock himself. Okay,
no!
There you go. There you go. You know what they say? This is a dog-eat-dog world.
Digital karma. It's quite fast, and that was just a few moments in between him eliminating NXI and him being eliminated by NX Naughty. So nice try for Goa, but we are now just left with 3 teams right inside of the battlefield. YG with still a full squad, NX with still 2, and Team Max with again still 2 players left.
And the bigger question is right now, how is that going? How is it going to be for that player from NX to actually cut across? Okay, he's getting into the circle. All right, nobody else is behind him, so he can swim across. He can stay below the bridge. As long as he stays quiet, he should be okay. For Young Radicals, they're playing it safely on the left side of the circle. They know, though they have like a full squad, but they're not going to make the same mistakes as other teams did before this. So they're going to take it nice and slow. As long as they can wrap things up with a chicken dinner, that is all they want.
I believe this could actually still favor either of those 2-man strong teams, either Nexus Vanguards or Team Max, for as long as they would both target Yangon Galacticus, because they could trim down the battle into a 2v2v2 situation or even less for the side of Yangon Galacticus. So let's see if that will happen later on, as YG also has that high ground advantage together with Team Max. So that is far from happening right now, but with stage number 8, let's see if YG can still hold to their positioning.
Right now, looking at how they are spreading out, it seems to be pretty nice. They have the off-angle guy, which is Say Cloud, so he can provide cover fire for his other teammates, but they still need to get into the circle. Their next target could be Team Max, or it could be NX. It depends on who shows themselves first. While on the lower ground, we have Mernat. They are quite spread out now across the circle. So that gives her a lot of control to get in.
A lot of control to get inside of our circle. But I would want to know how else would Nexus Vanguards get their way through. They would have probably the least advantage right here. They're getting the lowest ground. They are in a 1-1 spread, 1-1 split, which are... I'm not sure with the strategy that they're pulling off right now, but if they are going to be able to pull this off, this is actually a very smart thing for them to do. But let's see how Mernat Boy will be spotting them later on, and with the movement coming in from Team Max with this frag grenade in hand of Max Joseph, will that actually land on the one player of YG? We will know that in a bit, but nope is the answer. Just a bit of damage has been dealt.
Interestingly, still not yet. All these teams really taking the time. But the time is ticking away. Stage number 9 is upon us. No circle right now. The zone will close entirely. Let's see if Young Radicals can be the one to clinch the chicken dinner, or we might see an upset here between NX and also Team Max. Team Max on the higher ground. Now they're starting to reposition themselves because you don't want to play too close to the blue, while Baby Naughty has no choice.
Ooh.
He has to get up now.
He needs to run. He needs to get inside. Stage number 9 is coming right up. And now this pushes all us as well to know who will be in favor? Who will be having their chance of getting a winner chicken? And all eyes are on YG right now. And with that nade coming in from behind him, ooh, that plays on will be knocking down Baby Naughty right here. But
Oh.
Romeo Boy will be taken down by that frag nade coming in from Max Joseph. And that push is quite strong coming in from Team Max Joseph, though, will be spotted in the process. And ooh, that is not looking so good for them. YG Stay Cloud trying his best to be revived.
Molly.
Ooh, trying to survive. But with that Molly coming from Team Max, that damages YG so much.
Oh man, now Younger Radicals only 2 active players. Could this be the nightmare moment for Younger Radicals? Because now WTZ from the lower ground will secure the elimination point out of Bernat. And we still have Team Max on the other side. Easy is still alive. And right now, Smart is trying to revive Saycloud, but he does not have the space. The blue is putting pressure onto them.
Pressure is real for the Sanford teams, and this is now trimmed to a 1v1 situation, just exactly what I was looking for earlier. But with Master Smile right in front of Max EZK, who will win this engagement and win that kill on to YG. This is now between Nex Vanguards and our Team Max, and what a win coming in from Nexus Vanguards. That was quite unexpected, but they were able to pull it off.
Expected? They were from the lower ground. But they were still able to do it. They were still able to overcome the odds to score the chicken dinner. Oh my goodness. And at some point, it looked like Younger Radicals. 4 players. It's not about the numbers, people. Again, the 2 other teams with only 2 players, they overcame the odds.
That was really mind-blowing, Sir Cloud. We were not expecting that so much from Nexus Vanguards. As I've said, they had that 1-1 split, which has quite a distance in between the 2 teams. They came from the lower grounds, but them pulling it off, just wow. I'm very much speechless for our Nexus Vanguards. WTZ pulling off just hands down to this guy. Naughty trying his best to survive with 2 eliminations. Zai with 2 as well as Godspeed with 2. 10 eliminations, so 20 overall points for the Nexus Vanguards. But first, let's see what happened throughout match number 3. What a match for Nexus Vanguards. That was 20 points in their bag from the most unexpected moment. For YG being a full squad, Team Max also being with YG on that high ground with still 2 players left. That was really on the point for our Nexus Vanguards to take that winner chicken dinner, even with 10 elimination points.
Yeah, 2 upsets in a row. I mean, that is just mind-blowing in our PMCL this season. That is insane. Anyway, this time, no teams go out without any points. Everyone at least got a point for themselves. But when it comes to the overalls, where it matters, Young Radicals were at 3rd place finish. They still remain on top. And now the gap is 21 points between Young Radicals and Hive International.
Oh, but look at this. APG being pushed down onto that fourth spot, even with BBMS being ahead of them. Yeah, with that tie points, of course, placement has been much more forward side of BBMS. So a lot of things happened within just that one match. So they all need to take note of what can happen later on. But with the top four teams here for match number 3, that is Nexus Vanguard with 10 elimination points, YG with 7, DFS with 8, and Team Max with 4. Those 3 teams really tried their best, most especially for Team Max and Team YG, to take that winner chicken dinner. But for Nexus Vanguards, they were really unstoppable, even just with WTZ being the last player of NX.
Oh, that was truly something. And of course, as you mentioned, WTZ, he is the MVP this round. 4 eliminations, 331 damage with no damage taken at all. WTZ, he was
Wow.
invincible this round.
Invincible indeed. 0 damage taken. He tanked out so much of those bullets and managed to get his way through, even getting that winner chicken dinner. Welcome, guys, to our caster's desk. This is your truly Appex together with the one and only Sir Cloud, and that had been 3 matches for today, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, 3 matches done. I mean, time flies when you're having fun. And we also thank our official phone partner for this season, that is Techno, because they stop at nothing in delivering the best quality phone for your gaming needs. And we are still not stopping at nothing. The teams are not stopping at nothing because it's such an exciting round. Not only because of the circle, but look at the upsets that has happened 2 rounds in a row, Aya.
That was really unfortunate for them, but really, again, hands down and kudos to our Nexus Vanguards for managing to get that winner chicken dinner. I still can't get over with how they got that winner chicken dinner, but of course, we also have a lot more moments inside of PUBG Mobile with a new theme mode, Golden Dynasty, which was available from March 7th. So that had been going on for 2 weeks now. And I hope you guys are enjoying this. And one more that you can enjoy is the Time of the Golden Moon, which also arrived last March 7 with the camel that I believe you can get that for free. So go check in PUBG Mobile right now.
Yeah, and also we'd like to say thank you to Alan Walker, who has been with PUBG Mobile since the start of everything else. And for this 7th anniversary, he's back again with another music collaboration. Track 1 is Faded. If you've been around since then, you know what track 2 and 3 is at. But before we talk more about the tracks and also about the teams, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm
tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head.
And you are still watching the 2025 PMCL Southeast Asia Spring. And it is already Grand Finals, day number 1. We had just finished 3 matches for today, and you are going to be with us together at the until the end of the day. I Playz together with Sir Cloud, and we had finished, of course, the previous Wrangle match, which was again unexpected, Sir Cloud.
Oh, absolutely. Not only the circle is unexpected, but also the result is unexpected.
Yes.
For 2 rounds in a row, we saw the team that has a full squad did not score the chicken dinner. Instead, it was the team that first, PBMS, who had 3 players, and then NX, not only with 2 players, at some point 1, but also from the lower ground, coming up to score the
Yep.
chicken dinner. I mean, that was insane.
Definitely insane. So this only shows and proves to us that anything can happen inside of PUBG Mobile. So it adds really so much to the thrill and the uncertainty that all of the players can experience right here. So we still have 3 matches again. That would still be 1 Erangel map and 2 more mirror maps for today. So as the Erangel matches end, I believe this could be giving the teams who are on the lower portion of the leaderboards a bit of that chance to get that winner chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, it just shows that, you know, you can always overcome the odds, right? And it's nice
Mhm.
to see that kind of storyline as well. It's not like the cliche, okay, you have a full squad, 4 players, at the end, you're gonna get the chicken dinner. We love these kind of surprises. So I love to see more surprises coming up, especially with the circle and also with the circumstances that the players will be put in and the outcome of all that blended in together. So I can't wait to start the next match in Erangel, which is going to be our final Erangel match for today before we head on to Mirama.
And with that final Erangel map, again, we always say that they need to do better in Erangel because we have 3 matches each and every day, and that will be a total of 9 for the rest of the grand final. So hoping for those teams who are not yet getting into their rhythm, that they would bank up on their points in this Erangel map and even to those next Erangel maps for the last 2 days. But we are still awaiting for the Erangel match to start as we end this match number 4. But again, I'm just really excited on what else could we see here. We have seen those moments of Nexus Vanguard. We have seen those moments of PBMS. I'm looking forward to those kind of battles. So I'm hoping to see that again in this final one.
Yeah, and we're starting to count down the games, right? In total, in our grand finals, we have 15 more games to go, including the next match in Erangel. And so far, Younger Galacticos are the only one chicken dinner, and they could have scored another chicken dinner early on, making it a double today. But because the closest competitions, whoever who's below them, PBMS, we got APG, we got so many other teams like Hype International and so on and so forth, they all went out way earlier than Young Galacticos, and that was the case for all the rounds so far. So because of that, Young Galacticos, they have collected enough points right now to give them pretty much a round's cushion's worth of points, whatever that's going to happen after this.
Yes, they definitely have that safety net already for them to not pressure themselves too much in this match, and then finally they could actually go back to more matches. But I believe YG wouldn't miss this chance. They would still prove themselves worthy of more points and more eliminations here in Erangel map. But look at APG being pushed down even further, not getting enough of the points. Do you think APG could still catch up for today?
Oh man, but I mean, points wise, yes. Mathematically, definitely yes. Even though if we want to zoom into only today, it's a matter of APG not finding their rhythm. They don't seem to be putting up the same performance as how we saw them during the league stage.
This is far from the APG that we have seen, most especially for week number 2. So I do think, yes, they could still catch up, but if this same performance will be carried over to the next matches, I don't think it would be much easy for them to, make up for those points that they have lost for the first 3 matches, because everyone else would want to take that spot away from them. And if they are just letting that so easily, I think it would be a big struggle for the side of APG.
Oh yeah, they cannot drop further rounds. Right? It's not because of only the fact that Young Radicals is consistent. There are also other teams that have overtaken them, like the likes of PBMS and also Hype International. So the longer that they stay idle like this, like the lower they will fall, and it's going to be even harder for them to go up the ranks. Now, of course, in the grand finals, all that matters is the championship and the fact that there's only one trophy. So it has to be like the championship or nothing if you are a competitor, especially a team like APG. Like, you can't settle for even second place. So you really have to put the pedal to the metal right now.
Of course, they need to really thrive their way to get that trophy, get that highest chunk of the prize pool, get that chance onto, doing even better after the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring. So they need all of those. They need extra push in order for them to get all of those happening for them here in this grand finals. I really would want to start our Erangel match right away, but I believe we are just still settling down for most of the teams, most of the players. And I think they could actually take this opportunity to talk about what else could they do inside of the map. They need to talk about the lapses that they've done and for the room for improvement for all of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. So with this extended break, hopefully things will change for some of these teams. Of course, the team that doesn't really want to change, or maybe they just might want to tweak a few things here and there, is going to be Young Galacticos, because they know that they kind of dropped the ball. But I also want to talk about some of the teams like on the middle pages that have still mathematically the chance to come up with a surprise win by the end of this tournament. Teams like Harami Bros, there's a lot of expectation for them, and it took them like the 3rd round for them to start collecting points. What do you think about their performance so far?
For Harami Bro, not really the Harami Bro that we would want to see, of course. Although we had a glimpse of it during the league stage, they did not do so well during those moments. So again, we are expecting them to bounce back in the grand finals. But for a match number one, I rather for day number one, I don't think it would be so easy for them now that they are being pinned down onto the bottom part of the leaderboards and they're not even actually moving so much. Their points are quite stagnant. So I guess they need more of those points. Of course, they need to push even further and they need to be aggressive while at the same time trying to make sure that they last longer inside of the game.
Now, it just shows that the absence of Federales is a big factor for Harami
Mhm.
Bros. But if you kind of think about it, it's not only Federales, also another player, Rig, who was
Yes.
with them the previous season and arguably one of their most successful seasons so far, up to PMGC, up to PMWC, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
He's also no longer with them. Now, in case for the audience out there who doesn't know that Rig is transferred to Raw Esports after their PMGC campaign, which is a team back in Nepal. So basically, he went back to his home country. He was originally from there. And these two movements here from for Harami Bros, that they lost Rick and Federales, it's a big turnaround for Harami Bros themselves.
Definitely a big turnaround, but I might say it was effective. This current lineup is effective during the PMNC 2024 Grand Finals this last January, but now that their performance in PMCL is quite underwhelming, I'm not sure if it's you know, if it actually can be can be played together with the rest of the PMCL teams. If it's effective in the Philippine scene, I don't think it is as effective in PMCL.
Okay. So you were there at PMNC, right?
Yes.
What did you see game-wise was the major change between now and back then when they had the championship of PMNC?
Ooh, that is quite interesting because we have seen the gameplay of Harame Bro. It's sort of similar, if I might say that, but the difference is that they were aggressive during those moments in PMNC and they were able to get those points in. So now I don't think that their aggressiveness is at par with what they have shown us during those PMNC moments. Now, if we are to see them in certain battles quite early, having those early engagements and early fights, I don't think they are the ones getting the win. So that is one of the biggest differences that I personally have seen within their performance during PMNC and now in PMCL. So it might be that there are also challenges when it comes to the teams around them, given that we have a lot of re-rosters in the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring. We have different new teams as well. So that might be a huge factor as well in this season.
So it sounds like because PMNC was played obviously with the Filipino region, so the teams might be, or Harame Bros might be like, okay, we know how everyone's playing. But when you step into PMCL, especially with a lot of teams coming in with major changes, so they have not like been able to read like how the other teams are playing. But of course, if I were to put out like the devil's advocate, right? Like they had 2 weeks. They had 2 weeks to try to study like how other teams play, their movement, their timing, their checkpoints. And you would expect them to do better in the grand finals, but still in the grand finals is rather underwhelming.
Exactly. That's why I told you earlier as well. I was expecting them to bounce back in the grand finals because, well, it could be sort of a given that okay, they were adjusting for the first 2 weeks of league stage because of their lineup here in the PMCL and of course the lineups of other teams as well. But again, not the Harame Bro that I'm expecting for the grand final. So I'm not quite sure what else could be wrong. Probably within the team, probably they have internal problems as well. So I am hoping that they would be able to work it out so that it could translate into better games here in the grand finals.
Right. Okay. All right. So we got to cut them some slack, right? Because there's still like 15 more games to go, and I'll be happy if Harame Bros can prove not only us at the caster's desk, but everyone else wrong. The fact that they are able to make the comeback, and it would be really historic if they will be able to do so at this stage of the tournament with the amount of point gap between them and Young Radicals at this moment. Now, if we were to move over to like other teams who I would say did well during the league stages. 2-1-4. 2-1-4, they did
Yes.
fairly well in the league stages, but today we haven't seen the best of them. Why do you think that's happening?
Oh, that is also one of the most interesting things right here because for week number 1, they also gave us a very good performance. During week number 2, probably not so much, but they bounced back eventually at the end of the week. But now here in the grand finals, same pattern that had been happening for Harame Bro. And we are not seeing those highlights. We're not seeing them very much aggressive. Probably hesitation is from the end of our 2-1-4 that is quite evident in the team right now. So, well, at the end of the day, what we are hoping and what we can just do is for them to get back on track, and to eventually find their rhythm back again.
Yeah, and 2-1-4, there are no pushover lineup as well, right? If you kind of think about it, like they have players like Imas, who used to play for Harame Bros.
Yep.
So he brings a lot of experience, being coming from a championship winning team. And then you have players like Michi, who I remember
yep.
back then, especially with West Point Mamba when they had their one of the best seasons. He was the season
Yes.
MVP that time.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they have a really good lineup if you think about it. And I guess 2-1-4 is also one of those teams who came in walking into the PMCL with a lot of expectation to them to perform. And they did fairly well during the league stages. But in the grand finals, it's a totally different animal, I must say. And it's probably not only because of themselves, but also like the factor of other teams really stepping up the game after learning from whatever happened in the last 2 weeks.
And adding on to that, with Yumi Boy, with the lineup 2-1-4, he is also one of the very promising players right now in the Philippines, most especially from the grassroots tournaments. He came from PMCT, and he was sort of MVP for several times already. And now him joining this 2-1-4 team, he is really indeed a great addition, with Kree being also one of the what we call dinosaurs, or one of the most ancient players in the PUBG Mobile Philippine scene. Kree also had a very good performance and a very strong background as a veteran player from PMCO days with Demigods Incognito, and now him being the IGL of 2-1-4. Again, that really just adds up to the expectations that we have for 2-1-4 esports. So, for most of the PH teams, I can only speak for them. They are trying their best, of course, but this is not the performance that we are expecting for most of them. Most especially that we only had 5 out of 7 getting to the grand finals. Of course, that is still something, but there are quite a lot of differences happening and going on here in 2025 PMCL.
Yeah, but one of the other performing these teams, I must say, is like Hype International. Like week 1, they were great.
Yes.
Yeah, especially for the first few days. Right? Week 2 was like just okay, but still they are able to come up with a decent performance, and they managed to collect 11 starting points, which is not too bad. And today at the start of the day, they were able to bring in a lot of elimination points, so they did really, really well. It's just a matter of consistency right now for Hype International. If they're able to come up with a level of consistency, they could challenge APG Esports towards the end. So it's not lost hope yet for Hype International for them to really catch up. It's just a matter of right now, APG, Yangon Galacticos, now that they're number 1, they not only know how to survive to the end, but they know how to really take fights. And whenever the camera pans over to them, except for like the last few Erangel matches, they always win their fights. So now it's the question of like, what does it take to stop Yangon Galacticos?
Young Galacticos is really a strong team, and as you have said, yes, they win most of their battles, if not all of their battles. So it's really a difficult thing to try to find the weakness of Young Galacticos and to eventually try to drag them down. But so far, if this is going to be the streak for Young Galacticos, most definitely they will just continue if no one else would try to challenge them now.
Yes, and that is the end of our podcast for now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be jumping on to our 4th match for the grand finals in this season's PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. And of course, it's going to be Erangel, the final Erangel. Before we move on to a fresh new map for the grand finals, that's going to be Miramar. Without further ado, let's head on to it.
Heading into our final Erangel map for today, and I really want to see how this would turn out for our teams right here. We have talked about the interesting moments from the Philippine teams, and if I could also mention Hive International, to be honest with you, I am not expecting them to perform this well. Even before we started PMCL, the lineup is quite young. And this is the first time that we have seen them all together. 762 had already proven himself before. We also have the likes of Dale. But with Red and with Claude, they are, even in the PH scene, not so popular when it comes to the pro scene. So it really came as a surprise to all of us that Hive International getting into the rhythm, having a good performance as a full squad. So again, what more surprises could Hive International show to us here in the grand finals?
Hey, that's good news, right? The fact that like these new names, they're coming up, they're making a name for themselves. Now it's a matter of them doing the business here on the big stage here, the PMCL Southeast Asia. And who knows if Hive International is able to come up with a very, very good performance, very, very good end result. They could be the new superstars of the PH scene.
Yeah, they could be indeed the new superstars. But here, just our circle is gonna go towards the northwestern rather side of our playing path. Not much of a struggle will be given onto the north droppers, even the mid droppers, but for the south droppers, that could probably be a long journey to get inside the circle.
Yeah, but I guess the highlight here is the circle itself, right?
Yes.
We're gonna get again the river in between the circle. It could be on the main peninsula, it could be on the shooting range part, or it could be on North Jogopo, South Jogopo. There are so many questions to answer with this kind of circle. And that just tells us that the trend of trashy circle continues on, and it's not a complaint, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to see this kind of circle.
We are indeed happy with these moments, but the question is, are the players happy?
Well, unless your regular drop spot is at a Yogo pool, you'll be cool. But if it's not, then you'll be like, oh no, here we go again.
Here we go again indeed for the final Erangel map. Just, being Erangel itself, giving them much of those challenges, giving them a bit of those trials inside of the map. But stage number 1, it is just still quite early. So actually it is quite early for Say Cloud to be taken by 214 Esports right there. And that is the first blood courtesy of 214 Mitch.
Okay, and this time it came onto Yangon Galactico. So that is really, really interesting. But whatever that we've learned before this is that even though you have like 2 players, even though you have 3 players, you can still score the chicken dinner. So Yangon Galacticos is not a team that I will write off.
Indeed. And so, as we have mentioned earlier as well, they have a bit of that safety net. They can lose 1 game, make that even 2 games, and they're still going to be on top. Most especially if Hive or PBMS or APG would not have the best points in those matches. But of course, those teams are the better contenders in this battle and overtaking YG. So most definitely they would make their best. They would do their best here inside of this game. And with just 3 seconds left for that circle to move in, let's see here what will happen to Bro. This is also the biggest question right here. Will Bro actually redeem themselves in this match?
Yeah, I mean, they are like number 15 right now with only a 3-point gap between themselves and number 16. So if they were to redeem themselves, they have to not only redeem themselves in 1 round, they have to redeem themselves in lots and lots of rounds. And we're talking about like multiple chicken dinners with good amount of eliminations for Harame Bros to be in title contention at this stage. Because we also have to consider the fact that the teams at the top will continue to collect points as well.
Collecting point is what we need here inside of this game. But will Harame Bro collect this point from Fearless, who is not even breathing? That is Fearless Papa, but nope. Jappy will actually go away from that situation. But unfortunately for him, that will be a point given to Fearless Papa.
Well, Puff will be happy to secure that one. And not so happy for Harame Bros. We just talked about them like making this comeback and making this bounce back, so on and so forth. But 3 players for Harame Bros is not good.
Not good indeed. So it's really very sad for the Harame Bro that they have a very, very early casualty, and they are the ones who are needing more of those points, and now them having an early hiccup. Oh no, Harame Bro, what is happening? We need the Harame Bro that we have seen from PMNC 2024.
Yeah, well, looks like in order for them to try to make that bounce back, they're taking a safer approach right now. They're taking over the Gatka Mountain, which is not really in the center of the circle, or neither is it near the river. With this kind of circle, most teams might want to park themselves around there. So they're going to take the safer approach on top of the hill, monitoring the situation of the other teams and see how they can overcome their current drop in terms of performance.
Exactly, and hoping to not anymore have more of those drops in their performance, because that would definitely be much more difficult to catch up later on here in the grand finals if they are going to be ending day number 1 being at the lowest portion of our leaderboards. This is an unusual territory that bros are at right now. 15th spot in the grand finals for day number 1. Of course, we still have a lot of matches to play at tomorrow and for the last day, but this is again quite disheartening for the Harame Bro.
Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult. But, well, we'll cut them some slack. We've been talking about them like the entire round. So we'll cut them some slack because the round is not over yet and they have not been entirely eliminated. So they can still try to bring back something from this round.
Yep.
As for the other teams, just looking over at their neighbors, right? Like Goat Esports,
Yes.
pretty much at the same place. But they have been they're not a new team. They're a team that has a lot of experience as well.
Yep.
At least for Goat, great to see them in the grand finals still. But of course, whenever you're in the grand finals, you want to do better and you want to like try to go for that championship. So they're pretty much in the same boat as Harame Bros.
In the same boat, right? They're Fearless as well could be doing and having the same performance as them. GFS, we could also join them in that bracket together with Goa. So from top 12, top 16, they almost have those same points and same performance. So again, we are keeping our eyes on them, but of course, we are giving them a bit of that space to move around. But here, not moving around would be time to quick liquid, as he will be knocked down by Sin Esports.
Ooh, okay. Right now he's evaporating unless they can try to refill his liquid. But then again, Cruz came in. He will secure another elimination point out of Time to Quick Esports. Time to Quick Esports, they lose another player in the process of getting into the circle. Passing by School, that is. Speaking of circle, a lot of teams already in the first circle. Second circle goes to
Ooh.
North Jolopol.
Oh no, what a movement coming in from our circle right there. Really wanting to squeeze out all of those tactics and all those strategies from our teams, giving them that space to use their contingency plans right here. And Sinwak right there will be knocked down. Sin Effie on the other hand will be having that counterattack onto our NX, and King WTZ will be taken down. Will that be an instant confirmation? I guess that will be, but there are actually good cover fires coming from above, which is coming from NXI, but NXI will also be spotted by Sin FD with an AUG, and Godspeed being the last player left with Rankid chasing after him. That is an early elimination, and that would be Nexus Vanguards going out of the game quite early.
Early elimination for a team that could potentially go up the podium spot after this round. Unfortunate for them, but that gives teams like Burmese Goals to 1-4 214, Team Max, and so on and so forth to overtake them in this round with their early elimination without a single point. So that's the worst case scenario for them. But great for Sin though. Sin, right now, because of that win, they are holding 6 elimination points.
Wow, 6 elimination points, and we're not yet 10 minutes into the game. Oh, but those redemption era is now gonna be started by Gibna, right? They're taking that first knockdown onto GFS, and that would be GFS Chewy being confirmed though by 214. So what a kill steal coming in from 214 Esports, and now battle is right here in front of us. This is BG versus Fearless, and from outside with a little Shalom onto our Fearless sub support will receive so much of the damage. Will Yatka will be DBS down, and that will also be the same thing that is going to be happening on to Fearless right here. And from outside, Shalom will be facing Ranzor right here, who will take those bullets through, and that will go through Lil Shalom. But from above, Team Max would be hopping in, and third party is real make that fourth party because Time to Quick is here.
Third party is real, ladies and gentlemen. And because of that, 2 different teams just got eliminated. Team Max secures a couple of elimination points, bring that exactly 3 points, just like that. Oh man, butting in is a thing here. You do whatever it takes to collect those elimination points.
You do indeed whatever it takes, and this is the moment that we enjoy inside of the matches, having those battles left and right, and but at the end of the match, it all just boils down to who will get most of those elimination points, and those are 4 teams battling it out. So really, favor goes to the team who had been dominant throughout that match. But with again the movement of the circle, everything is quite fast here in the game, so they also need to move fast and adjust and adapt quite quickly here. Oh, one more movement that will bring so much of that horror to our teams is that circle going nearer to Zarki.
Yeah, this is a rather rare circle, I must say. Whatever Zaki-ish circle is quite rare. I can't even call this like a North Jogopu circle because it seems to be leaning towards the Zaki area. So this is going to be really interesting. And because it's a rare circle, maybe these teams might not be too familiar with the circle. But of course, they're the pros, and we're here just theorizing about them. And we'll get to see later on how they navigate around this kind of rare circle.
Indeed, and with that rare circle happening right here, we have Team Max meeting with BBMS. It's not just quite evident because they have both great name tags, so it is a bit confusing right there. But now that Team Max is already pushing way forward inside of the circle, leaving PBMS behind. Let's see if they will be meeting later on. But with the movement happening, we have your Team Max just staying around the middle of the ridges, and we have a PH versus PH battle going on. City Esports versus Hive International, and that will be Red being taken out of the game. So 3 players remain for Hive International. Let's see what will happen.
Yeah. Looking at the current state of the elimination feed, looks like it did not continue. Probably an elimination while they were making the rotation into the circle. Now we have them on screen, and we have 762, the star man today of Hive International. It's pretty much alone right here, while Sin is still around him. They're playing on the outer side of the circle. They're taking their time. Sin is looking for the other players now. He sees where one player is at, moving in onto Dale, and Dale knocked down by Coles.
Oh, Dale here will be knocked down, although that will also be the same thing that Ranked will be experiencing right here. And Claude trying his best to defend his team. We have here Cole holding that nade, and also was supposed to receive that frag nade from Hive, but that would not connect right there. Oh, and look at this. Vehicle elimination, vehicle knockdown coming in from Hive Claude, but he is the lone ranger for the team, and he is quite gonna have that difficult time as Wacko from behind would throw those bullets onto him, and with that final blow landing onto him, Hive now will be out, and our 214, rather, all our City Sports has that chance to be more unstoppable with already 10 eliminations.
Just too bad for Hive International. Number 2, chasing down Yangon Radicals, but now they go out without any points at all. Again, opening up the door for teams like APG and PBMS to overtake them for that number 2 spot. And next is going to be the circle again. Right now, APG is on the northern side. And for the other highlight teams, looking for them, some of them actually inside of Jogo Pool itself, and looks like it's a Southern
Ooh.
pull down of the circle. So we do have North Jogo Pool in it.
North Jargable is now inside, and it's not leaning towards Zarki right now, but Cinco will be spotted by Goa Jeffrey, and they have that better advantage onto them, getting that higher gamble. Look at that, Goa Jeffrey will be confirmed, but Sin Wako will now be spotted in the process with Cole being out, Wako being knocked down. 30 seconds left on the clock as that stage closes in. I believe the zone will catch up onto them, but nice one. Nice peek coming in from Rankid, knocking down Ngapek Yao. He also needs to heal up. Yes, but that was indeed a good peek.
Oh, and I just want to highlight as well that Sin, right now, they have got 10 elimination points to their name. Yeah, that is a very good progress for Sin, but now they have to figure out how to get into the circle. Anyway, Wako shows up, and Clay knocked down from the other side. Sin so far winning this match against GOA, the team that's at number 16 now.
Oh, looking at this, NFV eliminating Goa 22, and that will be the end of them not adding any more of those points and being cemented on the 16th spot so far. They still have a long way to go, but I hope they would also be able to catch up with the points later on. But for Sin Esports, having 14 whopping eliminations quite early in the match. What a game! Coming in from Sin Esports, really hands down for them right now. And what more if they get that winner chicken dinner, but too early to say because this will be Go Chill Guy hindering that from happening.
Yeah, we gotta chill. Let's not inflict the caster's curse onto them. Yeah, the moment we hide them out with their 14 eliminations, they lost another player. So just we gotta chill a bit, okay? I'm sure Sin would appreciate
Sin.
that as well. Yeah, 2 players left. But anyway, Sin, yes, 2 players. We've seen that before. 2 players to score the chicken dinner. And I'm not gonna continue on in case they say that. Caster, stop talking about us.
Yeah, indeed, that goes on in the Philippine region as well. They always say that, oh, you are bringing that misfortune onto the teams. Don't talk about them anymore, please. But of course, we're not holding their devices. We're just here talking what is on the screen. But who knows, that maybe adds up to that misfortune. But now looking on to this battle right here, APG versus Time to Quit.
And here comes the Nate onto the high ground. 007 is still all right. His teammates are on the other side of the circle, now coming into the circle. But to defend and to play around this ground is kind of difficult. Anyway, ABG is still going to take up this challenge. They want to be the king of the hill. At the same time, the elimination feed is running, and looks like Cindy lost Wako to the hands of Yango Galacticos.
Oh no! Sin Rankid out in the open with no covers, and that bullet just goes straight through without anything hindering that from connecting. That would be 2-4, taking that elimination. So now it's Sin Esports going out. I'm so sorry that I mentioned you quite often for the past few minutes. So, but anyway, at least they bagged home 14 eliminations. Still not bad.
Oh yeah, I mean, no place on points, 14 eliminations. Who could complain about that, right? So it's a decent performance for Sin. They could be in top 3 once we end this round. But of course, the round is not over yet. The circle shifts away from North Jogapol, and whoever is in it will need to come out.
They need to come out indeed, but looking at how Time to Quick MV is just just holding his way through that area, and he is just hanging on a cliff. So that is very, very difficult. That he is the last player, I believe, or rather, they have 2 players still for Time to Quick, but he is just alone within that area, hanging on that side of the mountain. So not very easy for him to do, with the full squad of APG still right in that vicinity. So he needs to get his way out of that. He needs to enter the circle, but that is again not easy to do, as the other half of Time to Quick is just right in front of a full squad of Harabe Bro. Let's see how they would handle this one.
Oh, and KH is now on the lower ground. Oh, and Nathan is just right across him. Shotgun versus S12K. S12K does have the advantage over just a pump shotgun. So Nathan is playing the patience game right now. They're not in a hurry yet. But when it comes to stage 6, they might not both have the circle. So KH right now comes in with the SLK. He gets one, looking for one more, but he needs to reload. Goes up to the 2nd floor, up to the 3rd floor, and now it's time for him to reset himself.
that DBS connecting onto K8. That would be time to quick, having only one player left, which is the one, probably that was the MV hanging onto the side of the cliff of the mountain. So Jibna here has another chance yet to prove himself inside of the match. And now MV trying to go inside, but with that nade landing and with all of those bullets going through, time to quick will now be quick to exit the lobby.
From our angle, it kind of looked like the nade would have landed on the Skynet. So
Yep.
it was scary at some point, but Skynet able to evade that, so he's A-okay for now. And look at the spread by APG on the minimap. They are very, very spread out right now. So they're giving themselves a lot of options whenever the circle will move. And that's about a minute more to go. So on the other side, 2-1 for a team that we kind of highlighted before this. They're playing by the edge of the circle. In front of them is going to be another highlighting PBMS.
Oh, yes, I think this is a good spot for them to take. Not much of an access towards them coming in from the opponent. So they have a bit of the upper hand right there. But looking at this, Team Max trying to pin down APG. Ferngio just passed by the area but was not successful into doing so. Max John, on the other hand, is also spotting the surroundings in order to find any opponent that could have that direct access onto them. That would actually be PBMS. They're also not initiating any battle right now as they're trying their best to hide themselves and at the same time to stay longer in the match.
Yeah, same goes for Harame Bros. They want to stay as long as possible this time. So far, an okay start for them, though they lose Jappy, but they scored 1 elimination point. And now it's their time to get out of South Jog or North Jogopu to get into the circle. Very likely he will move outside. And yes, it will with KE right smack in the middle of the circle. On the northern side, we have Team Max fully in it as well.
Them being in a circle right in the middle, 4-kill enemy, they have all the chances to gatekeep those coming in from the bottom, which is our Bro and our GFS, but they also have the likes of APG right beside them who could give them that difficulty later on. But for Bros, they indeed need to move as soon as possible, but they also would need to clear out the GFS at the same time. So a lot of things are needed to be considered by Bros when it comes to their movement. So I'm just hoping that the odds will be in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for them, right? They have to navigate around this urban area with a lot of teams in front of them, and Newbies is looking at Harame Bros. He's looking at the smoke. Smoke is now protecting Harame Bros. They are moving from building to building, but still not in the circle yet. We'll check back in them in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, while we look at GOAT. In a similar situation, they have to get into the circle, but in front of them is going to be the powerhouse Young Galacticos.
Woohoo! Let's see how else would Young Galacticos play this, given that they only have 3 players right in front of them. Now is the question, will they be also having that same a blessing that their opponents had earlier, wherein those who only had less than 4 players got that way. But looking at this, oh, those bullets went through our gold Esports, and 2 actually got knocked down with that vehicle explosion.
Yeah, this vehicle explosion not only gave them a decent amount of trouble, but also how are they going to get into the circle now without a vehicle? Lots of nades being launched across the map right now, including Team Max from the inner side of the circle. Young Galacticos, they have to get into the circle. They're launching their own nades onto Team Max. Then Team Max now evading all those nades. It's raining down on them. I'm looking at the elimination feed, and Murder actually got outdid by a drive-by.
Oh, now we have YG having that advantage of having less than 4 players, although Murna Boy was spotted as well. We have Remaster Smile still up and alive and facing it with our Team Max, but from behind, ooh, that will be Romeo Boy eliminating the rest of our Team Max, and that only proves to us that numbers are indeed not on top of the food chain, them eliminating the full squad of our Team Max right there. But 2-4 from behind would be spotting our YG at the same time.
Yeah, Young Galacticos, they survive as a trio still, but APG is coming. There's going to be the highlight fight here. Young Galacticos and APG, the number 1 and number 2 team. At the same time, on the mini screen, we're going to zoom in onto this. It's going to be Jipna here versus Newbies. 1v1 in this building.
1v1 in this building. Let's see how this would turn out. Would it be for Jibna? Would it be for newbies? But now that Jibna healed up already, that nade from newbies would not be received so much by bro Jibna right there. He threw that molly in order for him to delay the movement coming in from GFS newbies, and he is now just having his sweet time to actually loot the death crates right below him. And that is a preparation of nade coming in from Jibna. This all will also be another day coming in from GFS newbies, but let's see if that will or which will land perfectly. Will it be the other team, or will it be our bro, or will it be now APG versus YG? And Master Smile almost got knocked out with that same frag grenade.
Oh, here comes the nade by Feng onto Young Radicals. Smile did not receive any damage, no splash damage at all. Another attempt by Feng, but this time it's going to be a smoke grenade. Young Radicals, let's see. Looks like so far they are still holding on to their side of the circle. We're coming back onto Jibna now versus newbies. It's still a 1v1. Both sides not healing up yet. Jibna goes down to the same floor as newbies. He kind of knows that newbies is at the corner. And newbies managed to heal up 80% of health right now. He will have the confidence against Jibna.
Oh, and now he has that confidence to push him down already. But with Jibna, not having that
Newbies!
reset, he almost got that clutch go in to newbies, but that was newbies having that full advantage right there. And now he needs to heal up. That coast is clear right now for side of GFS. All they need to do is get inside of the next circle, which is actually held by the rest of our APG and a bit of 214.
And we are down to our top 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. It is still Young Radicals and APG just right next to each other. None of these teams have been eliminated yet. It's going to be interesting here. This is going to be the highlight fight here. Young Radicals against APG. APG crashing in by Romeo Boy gets spun. That's going to be the start by Murder Boy gets traded back. And now the fight continues on. Only Skyden left. And at the end of the day, it's still going to be Young Galacticos standing tall.
OMG, Young and Galactic is taking those 10 elimination points and even eliminating the one team who were actually on top of them before we started. And YG is really doing well right now, being very dominant in this match. And indeed, unstoppable is our YG. But let's see who will be able to stop them in this final moments inside of the game. The last 4 teams remain: YG, 214, KE, and GFS. And now that is already trimmed down to a 3. GFS will go out with just 2 eliminations.
And that's going to be Kaya eliminating the final player of Goodfellas. That is newbies. They're out at number 4 this time. Significant improvement by Goodfellas after the break, but they definitely need more than this. Now, it's going to be between Young Radicals 214 and KE for the chicken dinner. Who's going to get it? At this point, 214 and KE, both these teams have a full squad, while Young Radicals playing as a duo. But we've seen it before. Even though you don't have a full squad, you can still score the chicken dinner.
You can still get that winner chicken dinner. So very interesting right here. And they are just being very quiet. We have here 214 holding the majority of the grounds in that final circle. So with Kill Enemy just getting a portion of that. Oh, look at this. YG Romeo Boy will be knocked down in Master Smile. Let's see if he will still be able to smile later on as he goes through this area with his Scoop RB. Right in front would be Yumi Boy. This will be a 1v1 situation in between these 2 players. Who will get that win? We're not yet quite sure, but from behind, that will be KE Kaya with a DP28 knocking down and eliminating 214 Yumi Boy. Quite unfortunate, but from afar, KE Lukis eliminates the rest of YG.
And it was Smile that just secured that elimination point, stealing it away. Anyway, now Young Radicals is out. It's between 214 and KE right now. 214 taking the active pro. Same goes for KE. They're making the same moves. They're basically emulating each other right now as D2K comes in 1v1 against Gree. But D2K, he lost it. He got gunned down by Michi.
Oh no, I think this is actually heavily leaning towards our Kill Enemy right now. Ooh, but with that knockdown, one more onto KE. Let's see what will happen as K Divine will be secured by 214 Michi. 2v1 is our situation, but Michi will be spotted by KE Kaya at the same time. Now trimmed down to a 1v1 situation. Odds are almost equal for both of these teams. Will it be Kaya or will it be Kree who will clutch their way out into getting that winner chicken dinner?
Oh man, this one will be crazy, right? It's gonna be a 1v1. And now Kree takes a lot of damage,
Oh,
down to 50%
no.
health. Kaya comes in. Kaya tries to get as close as possible to Kree. Kree behind a haystack that's cooking up his nade. Kaya lost his stun grenade. This could probably blind Kree.
Oh,
Kree is
no.
blinded. Kree is blinded, but Kaya is not able to get close enough. Kree will heal back up.
Kree will heal back up, but looking at this, nade will be thrown onto Ikai, but I believe that is quite an overcooked throw right there coming in from Kree, and this is still not over right here. Just going on from left to right. Ooh, he has a lot of stun grenades right here, and that is quite gonna be efficient.
Fire!
Ooh, but with that bullet going through, that will eliminate 2-1-4, and during those final moments, we're not actually sure who got that moment, but that went to kill enemy. A close fight, Sir Cloud.
Absolutely close. Absolutely close. But that is a very smart move. Very good use of a stun grenade by Kaya to blind his opponent, to close the gap at least, to get away from the blue, so he's no longer pressured by the blue. At the same time, he's close enough to his opponent to try to aim down and try to win that fight. As he got closer and closer, he just wrapped things up like that, and that's how KE scored that elimination point to bring back the chicken dinner in the final Rango match for day number 1.
Really incredible movements that we have seen right there. I think that is the first time that I'm seeing in PMCL that one player has a lot of stun grenades in hand in order for him to blind that one opponent in the front. Probably that was just well planned, you know, right? Because that was a 1v1 situation, and that really came in handy for Kaya onto Kree, because that was his biggest advantage, getting that stun grenade through, blinding 2-1-4 Kree in the process, and eventually having his way to maneuver throughout those moments. Although again, going back to those final blows and final moments, a very close fight. So now let's first see and watch the highlights for match number 4. A close fight as we ended match number 4. But look at this. Match rankings would still actually go to YG for the first spot with 70 total points, having 12 elimination. Meanwhile, for KE, even though they got the winner chicken dinner, they are just having 16 points right here. 2-4 on the third spot with 15 overall. So that is 1 point difference. And one more on to Sin Esports, who bagged home 14 solely from the eliminations.
Wow, this is what we call no chicken, no problem for Yangon Galacticos because of their massive 12 eliminations. But also we got to highlight onto Sydney Esports as well. No, play some points, no problem for them to be at number 4 with the 14 eliminations that they got. So now they are in the top of 4 teams to be highlighted in this round, followed by APG with 7 points. That's the next title contender between Young Radicals and APG, of course. But because Young Radicals, they got 17 points, APG 7 points, so they are still way ahead, and they have created at least perhaps like a 30-point gap between themselves and APG.
And with YG being very, very consistent, that's really impressive of them trying their luck on getting that winner chicken dinner. And if not, and if they're not really able to do that, at least they have a lot of eliminations, which always brings them to the top of the leaderboards. But for those teams who got no points for that match, that was time to pick Hive International and one more team right below. So that translated onto our overall points right here. Look at this. APG now actually going to the second spot with 47, but with YG, look at that, 79 overall points.
Yeah, a 32-point
Yes.
gap right now between Young Radicals and APG. So this is massive for them. I mean, at this point, again, it's the question of what does it take to stop Young Galacticos?
I think that is a question that they need to answer as soon as possible, Sir Cloud, because if that question remains unanswered, this will just continue for our YG. And for those teams who were not able to get those points earlier, I believe that was time to quick. Now that they are going to have that roster change onto match number 5, probably they're trying different things if what else could work better inside of the grand finals. But for those teams on the left side of our overall rankings right here, a lot of the moments after YG, all of them are still quite close in the final overall points.
Yeah, and speaking about what contributed to the overall points is the stats here. 12 eliminations for Young Radicals KE. Though they scored the chicken dinner, but they only scored 6 elimination points, which is not bad. Total 16 points for this round, which is okay, right? And 214, 9 eliminations, and then you have Sin with 14 whooping eliminations. Though they only played like what, half of the game, but they're still up here.
And they're still up here again because of what they've done throughout that match. But of course, MVP well deserved by KE Kaya with that administration of the stun grenades, which were really perfect when it comes to that execution with 3 eliminations and 461 damage. Overall, 35% team contribution. He was the star and the key player for that match, and that was really vital for them in getting that winner chicken dinner.
No doubt. He was the catalyst. I mean, he won a 1v1 with a very smart use of the stun grenades, and he scored it. So great work by Kaya here. Without him navigating using the stun grenade, it would have been difficult for KE to score the chicken dinner. So great work there by KE. Of course, the bigger question is that how consistent can KE be? Because if you kind of think about it, yes, there's still a significant gap between KE and also Young Radicals, but they are now in the top 4, so they can still go for it.
They can still go for it. Just probably needs a little bit more of the push right there. But upcoming matches, of course, we are done, Sir Cloud, with that first Sandhawk map and with that only Sandhawk map. And we are also done with the 3 more Erangel matches. Now left with us to play around would be 2 Miramar maps for match 5 and match number 6.
Yes, and so far we're getting all different teams scoring the chicken dinner throughout the entire day. No repeats yet, but of course, Young Radicals is still super duper consistent. Now the question is that whether in Miramar will there be a change for Young Radicals? We'll talk about that in a little bit more as we take a short break before we come back for Miramar. Well, we are coming back into Miramar this time. It's going to be a brand new map, ladies and gentlemen, in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. Will things change inside Miramar? Will this be the kryptonite for teams like Young Gaticos? That's what we're going to see. What do you expect out of this map, Aya?
I'm actually expecting more of the actions that we are not expecting, that we have not yet seen from those teams coming from the bottom. Because, of course, it might be that this is their strongest suit, this is their favorite map in the map of Miramar. Although we always say that they should bank on their Erangel maps, we should give them their time to rise and shine here in the map of Miramar with only just a few seconds left. Let's go and enter here in the PMCL 2025 Southeast Asia Spring for the final two Miramar maps.
And here it is, the second last match for day number 1 in our grand finals, Miramar. And this time the flight path is going to begin from the area of El Azhar all the way down to Patona. So teams would like to drop around the area of El Pozo, Crater Fields. They need to travel a fair bit. Now, when it comes to this map, of course, there's a lot of land in it. But if we can get like an Impala circle, I'll be pretty happy.
We are going to be pretty happy with that one right here. But with our circle, let's see what will happen later on. It's pretty interesting always when it comes to the Miramar matches if where that first circle will go, because sometimes or a lot of times it goes to a very peculiar place that is a bit far from the playing path. So let's see what will happen here, because I'm interested into seeing who are the teams that will be taking Los Leones here, because for the past moments in the league stage there are two, but those two teams are not actually playing. So I guess Los Leones is quite free for anyone else to take, and nobody will want to go there as of the moment.
Looks like it's going to be Team Max taking Los Leones
yeah.
all for themselves. Yeah. And Los Leones is this large city that you can house up to 3 different teams. But if you have only one team there, the entire Los Leones is yours. There's tons of loot there just for one team. On the elimination feed, I noticed that something happened. And it looks like somebody from Goodfellas got eliminated. And that's going to be Huey. First blood to Emas from 214.
Wow, what a way to start our first Miramar map. I would like to say that a lot of times during the past season, we have a lot of Filipino teams, specifically for the Harami Bro, always taking those Miramar maps. But for the league stage for the past 2 weeks, that weren't the case. It always happens that during the Miramar matches, a lot of the Filipino teams were already tired, probably during those moments that they were not able to get a fair amount of points. It just happened during that one moment when we had those 6 chicken dinners for the Philippines. But now that MS actually took that first blood, let's see if this is quite a different take on the Miramar matches.
Oh yeah, the fact that the first elimination is given to 214, so this gives, well, it might not be a pressure moment yet, but at least this gives a signal to teams up there like Young Radicals, APG, maybe even KE teams around 214 to say that, hey, this map could be our map, so you cannot drop the ball here just because we switched the map over to Miramar.
Exactly. And again, going back to NX, who gave us that very good battle back in match number 3. Let's see if they would be able to have a good game as well in the map of Miramar. But now looking at 214, again, that first blood hopefully would give them that motivation to do even better here in this game.
Yeah, so a lot of potential comebacks here just because we switch out the map as well, especially for the teams on the second half or in the middle of our pack here. Teams like Team Max, who have been doing fairly well whenever they turn on screen. It's just that what I noticed is that when they turn up on screen and they were going up against a big team like Young Radicals, that's kind of like the kryptonite. And that's exactly what happened in the Earenga match previously, where they were fighting with Young Radicals, and obviously Young Radicals won that fight, and Team Max, they stood no chance. But when they were going up against other teams, then they seemed to stand a chance. So I guess I would love to say it as simple as like, okay, you avoid Young Radicals, but obviously if you are playing in a game, you wouldn't know which team is in front of you.
Exactly. As much as they would want to, of course, they would go for those teams that they deem that are much more easier to fight with than, of course, Young Galacticus or APG. So yes, I do think that it just would really boil down to their research, if how well they know the dropping points of the teams and sort of their most likely rotation going on, so they could avoid those circumstances from happening. But whoever would be in front of them, that would be their instant target. So it's either they would back out and, of course, take a step back, or go for those eliminations no matter who was in front of them.
Yeah, so whoever that you see, you must be brave enough to take the fight at the end of the day. Yeah, you cannot like choose your teams like, oh, just because it's that team, then we'll avoid everything, we'll move somewhere else. Because at the end of the day, also, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, right? So
Yep.
at some point, you're bound to meet up with those teams. So might as well find a way to be able to overcome all those challenges.
They need to overcome all of those challenges, and that is also the same thing that Bro needs to do to overcome all the challenges there are in front of them. And that would also be Team Max directly in front of their spot. But Bro Jappy got lucky that he also had that opportunity to take that U-turn and leave Team Max for now. So leaving them as is would not give them that earlier fights that could also give them the chance to be early out.
And speaking about chances, right? Like Goa, they had a lot of chances to overtake Harame Bros, frankly speaking. Like many times Harame Bros got eliminated before Goa, but because they were not able to collect points for themselves. So that's why they're still rooted at number 16, the dreaded number 16 that nobody wants to be in.
Yep.
I'm also wondering when will Goa be able to at least come out of that, because there were so many chances that they could have.
They could have done that during the past moments, but let's see how else would Goa manage their way to leave that 16 spot. But of course, Bros would also not want to stay at 15, so that is also one of the most of the challenges that will come from for our Goa. The need to eliminate and push down Bro, Goat, and take them down one by one. Speaking of taking down, we have our Hivedale being taken down by our Burmese Ghost, and that is also an early trip, an early hiccup for the Hive International.
Again, not the best of start for Hive International. They've been having an up and down performance. They started off the day really well, but coming into like the middle of the day and now obviously the second half of the day, again, Hive International, they can't seem to find their rhythm.
They can't seem to find their rhythm just yet, but hopefully for the next matches they would, and most especially for the next days of this grand finals. I am in the middle of actually wanting to see teams, battle right early, but at the same time, I would want them to stay safe. It all just depends on the teams. They need so much of those eliminations. They need that aggression, most especially for Bro, for Goa, for Goat, for Fearless. But at the same time, that is a high risk, high reward situation. So, of course, they need to weigh things out.
Yeah, because you have to consider the fact that there's still like 15 other teams, right? And if you go out right now, then you're not going to get any placement points. You're probably not going to get any points at all. So that's something for the teams to consider. So the best way to consider is that whether that spot is a worthwhile spot for you to take fight and to overtake your opponent, just to have that premium spot. And speaking about premium spots, the circle moved towards the right. So teams in the middle will need to move as well and find their next premium spot. Nathan gets knocked down. That's going to be range 1v1 with Easy.
Ooh, look at this. Trying to delay that push. Nathan will still be revived, hopefully, but we have a Bro range coming in from behind to battle out with a Team Max. But Team Max, ooh, that would be a team being spotted by a BG Lil exit. So it is not only just between two teams right now, that would be Burmese Ghosts joining that engagement, and not just from afar, they also went for that crash.
Nathan is still down. Chip now gets Joseph though. And now Team Max, they lost one player. Confirmed elimination. On the other side, there's Burmese Ghost monitoring the situation as well. They might come in as a third party anytime soon. Easy now been hunted down. And it's going to be easy work by Nathan to punish them back.
Punishing them back, but there is not that is not just their opponent right in front of them, because again, that would be Burmese Ghosts just across the road, and this is with BG Lil Yatka trying his best to have that best spot onto him. Oh, look at this, Lil Shalom spotted Bro Jappy, who apparently was not moving earlier on. He was just standing at that part on the corner of the buildings, and they're now in their vehicles and indeed going for that crash onto the Bros. And what a peek coming in from Bro Jibna. That was really on point, and Lil Yatka went that bullet through the head of Jibna right there. Meanwhile, for the other players, let's see how this will be turning out for the side of Bro, because two already are out of the match for the Harame Bros.
Oh, and Ichi's on the other side. He's healing up. He's back up to 80% of health. Now it's going to be 2v2. Jappy is now down on his knees. The smoke is still active, covering Harame Bros. But anyway, Shalom goes in. Shalom navigating around the smoke, but not able to land the shots yet. He saw a player from Harame Bros on the other side, still with his health okay. Ichi managed to pick up a couple of bullets, much needed bullets. Shalom will finish off Jappy. Still the 2v2 situation. Shalom pretty low, gunned down by range. Now it's only Ichi left.
The defense of Bros are quite collapsing at this point, and that goes the same way for our BG. But with Range being the lone ranger right here, will he make his way through? But nope, that flames from that molly would just end his life right there and then. And that is courtesy of our Burmese goals having 4 eliminations right now. But we are also hearing a bit of those bullets actually damaging that unfinished building wherein that was taken by our BGs. I'm not just quite sure where the bullets are coming from, but now for Go Esports, they have the APG just around the corner.
Yeah. Right now, maybe it's the one on the outer side. And the fact that APG is passing by, maybe he's taking his time. Good for him that the circle moves towards the northern side, so it's not too far away for him to get into the circle. Plus, he has his other teammates within it right now as a marker for him to follow up later on. Coming back on to Yango Gatigos, still on the outer side of the circle. This time, they are behind Burmese goals. But are they willing to take this fight? Is it going to be worth it? Because there's about 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close again.
Oh yeah, we will wait for that later on. As Time to Quick is also just waiting for the moment for KE to pass by, and they were not really initiating for that knockdown. But now that they have the distance, that was the moment for them to take them down. So probably they would not want that CQC fights earlier on, but now that with that distance, they got that knockdown through. Let's see if they would actually be able to confirm those eliminations, or like that, KE device now up and alive again.
And here comes KE, passing by, getting into the circle, gunfire onto them. 007 got Davan. Davan now down on his knees. At the same time, Fearless Esports on the other side in an engagement with PBMS. PBMS, one player currently down, and they're rushing in to clean up job.
Ooh, looking on to that feed right there. PBM Espresso will be knocked by our Fearless, and Fearless Bobo will also receive that same treatment coming from PBEXMSI, and Ranzer still on his way to rescue his teammates for Fearless, and Scaddy would want to escape this engagement, but Miner is now already quite far. They both need to escape. They both need to run away from this situation because they are at a huge disadvantage, but Scaddy right there will be lucky to not receive all of those bullets that Ranzer pushed through his side.
And Fearless Esports, they have the high guy advantage against them. PBMS, they have to back out of this situation. Sydney Esports, on the other hand, going up against Burmese goals. One player currently down, make that 2 as FB is now chasing them. But Ichi fires back. Beautifully done by Ichi. And this could give them a chance to seek revenge against Sydney Esports.
Now taking that revenge exactly right through our Sin Esports. The rest of the team would be wiped by the Burmese goals.
Oh, nicely done by Ichi still. He still has it from his Genesis Esports days, showing his value towards Burmese goals. Now, Burmese goals only 2 players left. On the elimination feed, Smile will be knocked down. But anyway, Saycloud is there to pick him up. They do have a decent amount of cover, while Mernad keeps an eye on their opposition on the other side.
Looking at the movement again from the circle, will it go to truck stop or will it go to the open areas of this circle? It is quite interesting to know where would that end up and where would it actually be giving the blessing of the circle to. Ooh, just half of the truck stop and mostly amidst the open areas. And APG Fergie was actually able to knock down one player from our 214 as they both try to enter that safe zone. They need to again do that clearing operations right away.
Yeah, a lot of teams on the outside because of the hardship towards the left. And here comes Skynin,
Oh.
scouting the area. They want to finish off 214. Yummy Boy inside the shack. Nate will be lobbed across. Yummy Boy is still okay, but he's all alone and finally ran over by the OG, the golden boy, Skynin.
Oh no, and with that addition of the Molly to secure the elimination onto Yumi Boy right there, we are now left with the other half of 214. Ooh, we have that camel right there for MS, just trying to make sure that he is quite safe. Ooh, well, we have here one more knockdown onto Nang X, and that is courtesy of another team coming from the outside who are actually gatekeeping them, which is our GOAT Esports right here, and that would be Bunny taking down Nang X completely.
Yeah, there's 3 more players for APG now. Still on the outside of the circle, needing to find their way in. Next is going to be GOAT Esports in front of them. Same time, Burmese Ghosts, they're not stopping yet. They managed to secure their next elimination, but they're fighting against Goa right now. Shalom will be knocked down. Only 1 player left for Burmese Ghosts. They're currently at 9 elimination points, looking to at least make it 10.
Yes, I think they're really wanting to make that up to 10 points even before they go out of the lobby, as they are just left with 2 players and one is heavily damaged right here, needing that revive from Master Itchy, and they are still inside of the circle and they are quite untouchable at this point because of the red rocks that they are taking, so they have a bit of that leeway and that ample time to heal themselves up before being spotted by those teams, just like the Goa right here, right below them, and the other teams who are just around the corner on our stage number 4.
Lucky for them, they have the high ground, like what you said.
Yep.
But for Fearless Esports, even though they have this high ground, but they don't have the circle, so it's still really, really important that they go through this phase. Now, they do have 1 player within the circle as a marker, but they're taking their time to try to lock out 214. Now, the challenge is for 214 to get out of this building to survive this stage, while there's another team behind 214.
Yep, that is quite interesting right here, as ABG is already securing their spots inside of that circle, and they really need to have that effort in order to secure those spots, because that would be Fearless just right beside them. That would be 214 right behind them. So a lot of contenders, but look at that, contending once more is Hive International GFS, and that would be Shaco now already out for our Godfellas Gaming, leaving only 1 more player left to survive the engagement for Godfellas, and for Fearless Pop-Up, he is also already being damaged by the blue zone, so that is now the signal for him to enter right away.
Time for him to get into the circle, but the fight will continue on, this time against APG on the other side. Skynim will be needed out by support from Fearless Esports. Oh no, he's pretty far away from his other teammates, while 214 is coming into the circle as well. APG, they're losing men. They just lost another player. Now it's only top for APG.
Now for our APG, last player would be top. Will he be able to push their team towards the top, or will other teams now hinder them from doing so? As Time to Quick now is also giving a hard time onto NX, but we also have here KE Master D2K from above damaging our Time to Quick. KH was taken down, Gus was also taken down. Now they need to actually prove themselves, or rather for Gus, that he is worthy of taking this spot, because earlier he was not playing, and now that he is subbed in, this is happening for Time to Quick, but from behind again. That was our kill enemy joining that engagement, joining that fun, and now for Time to Quick, they now have that time to revive.
Ah, D2K from behind make the surprise. Oh my goodness. But I also want to summarize the fact that now APG only has top 1 last player left.
Yep.
Young Radical still at full squad. So again, APG, are they going to bottle this round and allow Young Radicals to run away with it?
We are not quite sure with that one. We still have 11 teams. APG just needs to hide himself here behind those bricks. But for the rest of those who are still alive, they could still get that chance from APG, and as well for YG, who are, just chilling a bit. They still have 30 plus points difference onto APG. So they are, just taking their sweet, sweet time inside of the map of Miramar because it is quite long and it's quite tedious. So at least, again, they have that safety net. Not much of the action is needed from the side of Young Galacticos. So that is really one of the advantages of having that foundation of points very, very early in the week.
Yeah, that's one, and they continue to create that gap, so they're really, really comfortable up there. But they would love to see like the other contenders being eliminated. Anyway, APG is still in this, so anything can still happen. As for KE, right now playing by the edge of the circle, they see Time to Quick Esports on the other side. He's starting to move into the circle, but inside, still other teams waiting for them.
Yes, of course, they are waiting for them right here, but with KE still at 3 players strong, they could still have the chance of getting this winner chicken dinner, but with the bullets coming through from behind, now at least they are quite safe. But look at that, YG Master Smile was seen by BG Master Itchy.
And Fearless Esports, all of them coming in. Wonder where are they going to go right now? They need to find a good spot. So many teams in front of them, and they have to cross the road, and crossing the road is going to be really difficult. Lots of open area on that road, and that road is now being gate capped by another team, and that's going to be KE. Anyway, KE, they're kind of busy as well. Look at this. They have a lot of other teams around them, including PBMS.
Ooh, PBMS with only 2 players, but those 2 players had a lot of struggles into securing their spot in the circle. As we have seen earlier on, they were being chased by a lot of bullets, but now they're still trying their best to fight through this Miramar map. And they're actually getting the favor again of that safe zone, so they could still stay here for a while, not unless there would be a team who would crash to their spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a middle circle this time. And GOA, they have the chance to get out and drive the number 16 because they're right smack in the middle of the circle right now. But of course, teams like Goat Esports, even Goodfellas, they're still in the game, so they can continue to collect those points to come in. And GOA, this is going to be their best chance still just because of their current position. For Burmese Ghosts, they still don't really need to move. They can still chill on top of this high ground. They're probably not going to see much action. But speak about action, Newbies in action, eliminating 007.
Oh, that is a good one coming in from Jeff Newbies because he started, or rather, during the early this match, and survived getting with that battle and getting 1 more point for the count is something that is at least quite good for the side of Newbies. But for Time to Quick, they need to push down Newbies right there. But with the nade being prepped, let's see if Liquid will now evaporate, or will he have a chance to turn into a solid ice right in front of Newbies. But PBMS is just around the corner with just a few distance away from them, so they need to be very, very careful. But with those additional bullets coming through, that will be PBMS Minor actually securing that elimination, and probably a bad moment for Liquid because he wasn't able to take that elimination home.
Well, they're not on the clear yet. Still so many other teams around them, including KE. Fearless Esports now in the fight. D2K gets one. D2K pretty low. D2K will need to win this fight against Popov. And he got a little bit of help from Kaya, the MVP from the other round, as they will win the fight. And the other day against Fearless Esports, leaving them with only Ranza left.
Ooh, with Ranzer, the only player left, almost got secured as well. Look at that, 1 HP left for Fearless. Ranzer, and Goat is actually right behind him at the same time. I'm not sure if how long will he survive this fight. And KE Master D2K just looting those crates in front of them, and this will be Chill Guy nading down Ranzer right there. Ooh, and with that throw in the middle of that ground, Fearless Ranzer would just waste a frag grenade right in front of Goat Chill Guy. And from above their side as well, this would be KE, who could also give them a bit of that challenge later on if they join for the third party.
And splash damage early on, the Chill Guy. but he definitely can't chill right now because there's KE on top of the high ground. And it's going to be Ranza eliminated. That's going to be the end of Fearless Esports, eliminated by Kill Enemy. And now they still have other teams coming by. Gold Esports is going to be the next team to try to challenge KE. While top, the last player for APG out in the open right now. He's still able to get Chill Guy from behind. But before he's able to secure the elimination point, maybe took him out.
Maybe just destroy the dreams of APG, top of getting that winner, getting that win onto one of the players of our Gold Esports. But moving on to a different battle right here, this time international versus our Time to Quick, and that would be one more casualty for the side of our Hive right here. Meanwhile, for KH, he just wants to secure those eliminations amidst that smoke and liquid. Now here is still quite safe, and he can still get that win over this battle. But Iveclad is actually right behind, and he wouldn't even get one more chance here, as the rest of Time to Quick will be wiped by our Hive.
Yeah, thanks by Claude. They managed to survive this to play further into the game. 17s left right now. And now we have Gold Esports on screen going up against the powerhouse, Yango Gadigos, just right beside them. Yango Gadigos. They're playing by the edge of the circle as well. They have a little bit more advantage when it comes to the circle as compared to Gold Esports. But they're clumped up together. If Gold Esports is able to land a nice nade, they could probably get a couple of knocks at the same time.
Oh, let's see if they will get those knocks at the same time. A lot of them are just occupying the outskirts of the circle, trying to just be right inside of that safe zone. No one is brave enough to take that middle portion except for our Goa right there. But Master Ichi takes that fall damage. We're not quite sure where they are at, probably from the red rocks that they were taking earlier. But look at this, PBMS Caddy will also be taken by our Kill Enemy, and one more will that land onto PBMS Miner. Ooh, unfortunately for KE, nope, that will not. But Scaddy will actually be confirmed by that same frag grenade. So Miner versus everyone is what is happening.
What happened to him is that he didn't take minor damage, he took major damage to be eliminated. D2K knocked. By the way, Lucas is there to pick him up, so they should be able to reset as the trio. Now back on to Yango Galacticos. This time they have Burmese Ghost, and Shalom is right in front of Mernat. Mernat, I'm not sure if he knows that Shalom is there, but if he does, this is his opportunity to take that 1v1 fight against Shalom. Shalom still monitoring the situation with his S12K. At the same time, now on screen we have Gold Esports. It's their turn to probably move, because we're going to see the next phase of the circle real soon.
Look at this consistency from YG. They're still here. And we only have 5 teams left. And they are going to have that advantage when it comes to entering that next phase of the circle. YG, yes, they were quiet all throughout this match with 0 eliminations. But they don't need to be aggressive. They just need to be stable and consistent. And that is exactly what they are doing right now.
Exactly, because of their gap right now. But Myrna could have been but was surprised by Burmese Ghost from behind, and now the rest of YG, they're alerted by the fact that Burmese Ghost is behind them. But Burmese Ghost, they don't have the circle. The blue is just right behind them, and YG, they might take advantage of this. Anyway, Myrna, you crawl himself away to safety for now. But nope, I spoke too soon. Shalom.
Oh, with that nation right, we have 3 players. Oh, look at that 1 HP left for Lil Shalom. He doesn't have any much choice but to prone because of those Oh, but with that splash damage, those shrapnels actually went through our Burmese Ghost right there, leaving them with only Masters to take it to Rebus. And with that frag grenade, we have our Burmese Ghost.
Oh, but Sikla cannot chill yet. Now, away by the elimination point. Taking on Appex Playz. On the left side, there is Gold Esports coming in as well. Yango Gadigos there to reset quickly. Romeo Boy now healing up back to 80% of health. At the same time, Gold Esports, they're busy with KE.
They are busy indeed with Kill Enemy right here. Young Galacticus Master Smile still has that chance later on, but Goa 22 in the middle of all all of the happen. This is very, very scary for him. This is just quite a horror, but Master Smile is not quite sure that Go at 22 is right there. So that might come as a surprise later on, and that could be taking that win over that battle. But unfortunately, his bullets were just came short, and Go at 22 was not able to take that elimination. But with this follow-up on the frag grenade, let's see if that will actually land onto our YG.
And here comes stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen. The zone will close entirely, but the nade from the other side, Young Galacticos will secure another elimination point, bringing them up to 5 right now. And KE becomes the next team to be eliminated at number 3. It's now between Young Galacticos and GOAT Esports. It's going to be the Myanmar connection.
Oh no, Myanmar versus Myanmar. Let's see who is the stronger. Myanmar team right here. That is almost a 2 knockdown with just 1 frag grenade. Damaging so much onto Ryder right here. Oh, and that one more. That will actually end 2 of the GOAT Esports. So with the streak that they are showing right here, the rhythm is quite again in the favor of YG. And with that peak from above, one more winner chicken dinner goes to Young Galacticos.
2 chicken dinners today for Young Galacticos. Another win to the pocket in the grand finals. And again for Young Galacticos. They pull away from all their competition at the top.
Woohoo! For the side of our YG, that was really, really on point. GG's to our YG. And they are really, they're really strong for today. They've dominated so far, Sir Cloud, and I'm just really excited. What more will YG do tomorrow, and how else will the other teams catch
Exactly
up
right.
to what
This
YG?
is the question that all the other teams need to answer. What does it take to stop Young Galacticos? Look at He took in 2 players from Genesis Esports, Mernat and Smile, and he has totally changed the performance of Young Galacticos this season. This is definitely the best season so far for Young Galacticos. What a round they had. And not only the chicken dinner, they brought together with them 8 elimination points.
Yep. Add up to the points that the other teams would need to catch up on later on. So with that widening of the gap from YG onto the other teams, really they need to do what YG did today. Get those chicken dinners, get those elimination points, and at the same time be consistent all throughout those matches.
And they are so versatile. They can play safe. They can go for eliminations. They can pretty much do anything at this point. They can even cook if you want to. While we cook, we look at the highlights. Well, Yango Galacticos, 18 points collected, followed by Burmese goes 13 points, KE 12 points, and Gold Esports 10 points. That is the double-digit bracket. But I'd like to take this moment to shout out to our lovely viewers out there, Calmio Win and also GF Minyun. Hopefully I didn't butcher your names. They seem to be big YG fans. They're pretty happy with YG's performance now. How can you deny that, Aya?
Definitely clever movements have been seen for YG. So shout out to all the YG fans right there. You definitely chose an exceptional team to support right here. So again, we are not yet sure how else would the teams be able to be at par with YG, most especially with the performance that they have been showing us here in day number 1 of the grand finals.
And it's just too bad for Team Max, though. They are the only team to not score any points in this round at all. So, but for Team Max, of course, there's still more games to go. But here comes the big question, right? What does it take to stop Yango Galacticos? They can play in any style. You want them to play aggressive, they can bring in the elimination points, they can win fights. You want them to play a little bit safer, they can show up towards the end as a full team. They can do anything at this point. So YG, they're super duper consistent. But let's check out the overalls right now. How far is Yango Galacticos? They are 44 points ahead of KE.
Oh my gosh, and they're almost reaching that 100-point mark, and no doubt they could easily do that in the last game for today. And with them getting that 100-point mark, all of the points, just after them is either double what they have right now, or you need to double those points to get to the points of YG right now, and even times 5 of what Bro has right here with 20 points. So that only means that they need that amount of effort times 5, or even for the others times 2 of their efforts to be at par of YG. So really, hands down to Young and Galacticos as of now.
Yeah, even if you put the tiebreaker in right now at this moment, Yango Galacticos will still win any tiebreaker as well.
Yeah.
So you need a lot more than 44 points. You need at least 45 points to overcome YG at this moment. Of course, shout out to Burmese Goals. It was a very entertaining round that they gave us. They scored 10 elimination points to come together with it. KE gave us a very entertaining round as well, 7 eliminations. And Gold Esports, they had a full squad time of 24 minutes 13 seconds. They survived pretty much till the end. And the only blocker was Yango Galacticos, of course. They brought 4 eliminations this round.
4 eliminations for the side of Gold Esports. Not so much, but at least that is still something for their side. And YG Say Cloud here will be the MVP of the match. Definitely deserving of this title here with 430 damage and 4 eliminations, and with only 163 damage taken across that game, with 34% of the team contribution. That really meant that he brought so much of that chance for YG getting again that winner chicken dinner.
It looks like, it almost feels like everyone from Yango Galacticos can be the MVP. But of course, based on the stats, we can only award one player. But this team is working like a well-oiled machine. So YG, they're definitely playing on a different level at this moment. So 2 chicken dinners so far for Yango Galacticos today. In case you just joined us for whatever reason, they scored the first one in Sandhawk itself. Looking to wrap up the day with another chicken dinner in our final Miramar match after this. But before we head on to that, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you all in a bit for the final match. And here we have it, the last game, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, we'll be heading on to Merama again, where Young Gaticos just got the chicken dinner here. Still, it's the puzzle for the other teams to resolve. How are they going to overcome Young Galacticos?
Do you think, Sir Cloud, they would still have a big chance of getting this final winner chicken dinner?
Man, it doesn't look like anything is stopping them. So, frankly speaking, I think they could. But honestly, even if they don't, they could probably still
Yep.
come back with a good placement, good amount of eliminations, and they would still be on top of all the other teams. Not only that, but also pull away from the competition. Young Gaticos, they're not showing any signs of slowing down at all. Let's head on to Mirama in our final game.
Indeed, this could still be taken by our Young Galacticos, and that could just be a very good way to end and seal the deal for day number 1, because they started the day number 1 grand finals quite well and quite strong. And if they actually do end it again with a winner chicken dinner, you know, that would just bring so much of the pressure for the other teams, and that might actually push them to their limits to face and try to challenge our Yangon Galacticos. Though even at this point, even them, as you've mentioned, Sir Cloud, without them even getting that winner chicken dinner for the last game, they still need to be stopped by those other teams. And I would just want to say, sometimes I have my mind being tricked into saying say Cloud, Sir Cloud, say Cloud, Sir Cloud. I have that confusion going on.
I know, right? We're actually long lost brothers. We got separated at birth.
Oh,
So yeah, I know, right?
That's
I've been trying
why.
to look for him again, but he still has not been able to see me because he's so busy with these tournaments. So, say Cloud, if you're listening, drop me a DM. You know, we need to talk.
Yeah, I would want to see, and I would want to witness that too next time as you meet your long lost brother, because you only have 2 letters different in your name, Sir Cloud and Say Cloud. So let's now first focus on this battle right in front of us. NX Nexus Vanguards versus 214 Esports. Both of them are not yet ready. Look at that, Kari now just getting that weapon of M762 in his hands, and he still needs to gather all of the other equipments before facing our Nexus Vanguards with that crossbow. What will that crossbow do?
Well, it is a one-hit not weapon, so just saying, right? I mean, if you're able to get it, then it's gonna be definitely something. So we'll see, we'll see. It does take a while for it to reclock though, so that's gonna be the downside of it. But I really would like to see like those unusual weapons being used to actually win fights.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, but you know, like a huge risk for him to use that, but I guess that's better than nothing. And now we have our NXI. He has that QBZ right in his hands right there to 1-4 MS from afar. Also wanting to have a different angle onto our Nexus Vanguards, Naughty and WTZ inside of this house. And with that jump start right here, 2-1-4K would actually be the one being knocked down first from the side of our Nexus Vanguard. So 2-1-4 Michi now has to quite push the side of our Nexus Vanguards in order for them to not do that even further towards our 214.
Yeah, 214, one player down, but he should be back up real soon anyway. Not going to be an issue. Anyway, Naughty, baby Naughty, he's still with his crossbow. Okay, look at how difficult it is for him to land that shot
Oh,
onto
no.
Emas, right? I mean, you can't continuously shoot as well, but that's his only. That's not his only option. But I think he wants to create a highlight.
Probably he wants to create a highlight and post on TikTok. We might see that if that actually lands, then that's good. But if it wouldn't, that's a huge loss for that moment. Most especially if they are the ones who are going to be eliminated quite early in this fight right here. But one for Mitchie, having that nade in hand, will he want to go and push that onto an NX? We're not yet quite sure what we have there. 214 Yumi Boy with a signature Golden Mirado being now knocked and being now taken down. Let's see how 214 Yumi Boy can actually go out, because look at this. That Uzi coming in from WTZ damages his foot.
And WTZ, he has like 2 Uzis on his hand. If
Oh,
only he can pull
yeah.
out both of them at the same time, right? That would be pretty stylish. But that doesn't happen here in PUBG Mobile anyway. But he has to work with whatever he has. So the smoke is still active, and they might come in anytime soon. Anyway, Naughty Boy just right behind him to provide him that cover fire support in case 214 chooses to just rush in.
And with that Russian right now, I think they're quite planning to do that. But I'm not quite sure if that's easy to pull off 214 MS right in front. Oh, but with that Uzi of WTZ, that will land on 214 MS, and that is one more elimination onto them. So 1-for-1 trade is what we're seeing between 214 and our Nexus Vanguards.
The fight's not over yet.
Yep.
Here comes again 214. I mean, okay, on top of this rooftop, Michi only has the shotgun, and his Scar L is okay. His Scar is pretty decent. I wouldn't say low on bullets, but I wonder what would be his choice of weapon right now. He could use some backup though. So for the other players to come in, I don't think they have vehicles, so it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, that's really difficult. Without a vehicle and just walking on foot, I'm not sure how they would do that right now. But we have here Mitchie on the rooftop, just finding that perfect timing to actually want to push WTZ or either Naughty on the side. Naughty just has that win 94. Not sure what he is targeting. Probably Yumi Boy from afar, but Naughty here. Let's see if how else would he survive this engagement.
Yeah, they're still dancing around. Good thing is that they're in the circle, so they could still buy a little bit more time. But the longer time passes by, other teams would have looted, would have got like a good position in the circle, and they're still kind of stuck here. So it's also a lose-lose situation if this fight continues on.
Ooh, we don't know how else would this continue. Just Mitchie right in between two players of Nexus Vanguards. One is Kree from above, but the lack of utilities, the lack of everything else really hinders them to go for that push, because that will be a very, very huge risk. But with that jump coming in from Nexus Naughty, that will be knocking down Mitchie right there. The NX Godspeed also got knocked down. We still have them having that 2 points from both of the from both sides of the teams. Godspeed here will now be confirmed by Yumi Boy.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Don't see any of his other teammates coming to save him. And that's going to be the end of Godspeed. 214 collected 2 elimination points out of that fight, but heavy casualty on their side, losing Michi and Imas to the senior players as well. So I don't know about how worth it is that, but they were probably forced into the situation because of that early drop, and they happened to meet up with 2 different teams at the same time, so they had to take the fight anyway.
They need to take that fight to, of course, finished whatever in front of them before time to quit. And now Gus is still playing with the team. He is still in, although he is actually technically got eliminated earlier. No full team is yet eliminated, so a lot of them still has that chance of getting that winner chicken dinner. But going back to this heavily dominating deal, look at that top 5 of Hive,
Mm.
one from YG, one from BG, and one from Hive International. So indeed, that only just translates to YG being the dominators of this day.
Exactly. That is a good reflection of their current performance and their current position. I'm looking at Younger Galacticos right now. And okay, they're somewhere in the middle of the circle. Circle
Mhm.
number 2. They have the best high ground possible in this circle. It's a prime position for Younger Galacticos.
Prime position, power position for Yangon Galacticus. You know, it's fitting for a very full team right there for Yangon Galacticus. And now that they have once again the favor, I think it is really quite possible for them to take one more winner chicken dinner. But looking at the battle right in front of them versus our Sin Esports, Lyatka is still the only player from his team fighting together with our Sin Esports. Oh, but with
Oh!
a nade coming in from Sin Rankid, that is really for those 3 points right there. But with the molly that Liliatka actually threw onto our Sin Esports, that damaged 2 of their players, one taking him out completely and one with a heavily damaged. Now, Sir Cloud, this is Row versus Hive International.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the Filipino connection as Nathan they
Woohoo!
connect on the red. But Claude, he got range instead, a bit of a trade between the two teams. And at the same time, the fight continues on. We got Nathan and Jappy at the forefront, and Nate will be lobbed across, but nobody's home. Range will be picked up by Jappy while Nathan buys time.
He needs to buy time for his teammates in order for them to go for that revive and heal up. And Liquidator would be liquidated by Goat Rider with that ran over off his vehicle. And BG Lil Exit in the process will be spotted by Bro Jibna as well. And Lil Exit now will be confirmed from the side of our Burmese goal. So that only says to us that Jibna is actually quite far from where our bros are at right now. And we have our YG actually taking that fall damage right there because of their power position, prime position. But now going back to the battle, this is still again Hive versus Bro Nathan, and that
Mm.
would be Jappy taking down that last player. Hive going out with 0.
In the face by Jappy, Harame Bros. A clean win for them. They did not lose any players. But again, Hive International with their inconsistency. It's hurting them again now that they're out without any points.
Definitely would take a toll on their scores later on because they started quite strong and now ending probably, of course, still around that 4th spot or can be pushed down by PBMS later on. But at least they are still there, probably looking at the brighter side, but they need to bounce back and to be more consistent tomorrow, just like what YG. Again, we've been highlighting YG, a well deserved spot, a well deserved highlight and mentions of YG because they are not just strong in one map. They just make sure to get all of those points across all of our games.
Well, I'm going to be the bad guy here, right? So YG, even though they have a power position, but they have 2 players out now. So,
Yep.
But anyway, they still get the middle of the circle. So it's a pretty nice position for Yangu Galacticos. So let's see what will KE and APG do this time to try to at least close the gap. Definitely, they won't be able to collect enough points to overcome YG, overtake YG in the overall charts. But to close the gap at least by the end of this game is going to be important for KE and APG and other closest contenders like PBMS.
Yep, that is, of course, going to be very significant later on, most especially if they just try their best to get at least a bit closer to YG because in the process of wanting to get closer to YG, of course, they would be pushed to get more of those elimination points. And of course, that would definitely change their rankings overall. And with now the change of the movement coming in from time to quick, receiving still so much of those bullets, and his vehicle actually is close to explosion. And that's why, well, he doesn't have anywhere else to go to hide because YG Murnut Boy has a perfect angle onto him, and wherever he goes, he would definitely be spotted. And just like that, time to quick together with Gus will now be out.
Well, second point for Young Radicals now. On the elimination field, we have Astro X taken out. Sin FV is down, but he's not out yet. So it could be a long-range knock. Anyway, Team Max now will be approached by Gold Esports.
Now with that approach, onto Team Max. Oh, Go Bunny will actually be the first one to be knocked down right there. Meanwhile, Chill Guy is also heavily damaged with that red on his HP bar. Maybe also receives so much with that knockdown onto his opponent right here. And Atif for 3 eliminations right there in the bag, wiping out the rest of Gold Esports.
Beautiful dash there by Atif. Of course, he was supported by the other teammates. Team Max collects 4 elimination points, but Atif was the star of the show, securing 3 elimination points for Team Max themselves. And now, the next challenger is going to be the heavy hitters, APG in front.
With the APG in front, let's see and check that later on. But looking at Sin Ranked, he also has that one of the highest points in those moments, but I'm not quite sure if that's not going to give him that fall damage once that circle shifts away from that spot. But looking at Asterix here, he is not trying to shoot him down, but now started that one already, although that came in a bit late, in my opinion, and that it was not connecting so much onto Asterix, although now he has half of his HP out of his bar right there. Pov not receiving so much, although Wacko is there, and also one more player could go for that backstab, but for Pov wanting to bail out, one more will be knocked down. That would be Asterix from the side of Fearless.
And we have FV on screen. But we also have the next circle on screen as well. Young Gaitico still have the circle. Army Bros also in the middle of the circle on the lower ground. As for Sin, they need to come into the circle from the northern side. And the team on the north is going to be Fearless Esports. Same goes for PBMS. Now is their time to come in. They're going to play through the high ground into the circle. It's a safer route for them.
Safer route indeed. And now with Kill Enemy trying to pass by Goa here, and Jeffrey was spotted as they were challenging KE. That was Kaya being knocked down, our previous MVP during that very good battle earlier on with our 2-1-4. Now Nexus Vanguards will be taken, KE Divine will be taken as well, will be confirmed actually by Goa Jeffrey with that frag grenade, and one more would be landing onto Master D. 2K as a confirmation. Ooh, not really much of a confirmation. Now Kill Enemy struggle so much in the hands of Goa, in the hands of our Team Max, and one more team from behind, and this will not be so good as KE Lukis will now face with that last player of Goa.
Oh, but for 2-1-4, imagine that one. And 2-1-4, they try to defend their ground against their opponents from Fearless Esports. So far, so good for them. And Lucas, he did it! He did it! So far, so good, defending his ground. But he needs to chill. He needs to reset quickly. He needs to get to a safer spot, but it's not going to be easy for him. Anyway, the good news is that he is in the circle. So he's still fine. But on the minimap, Team Max is coming.
Team Mac is coming indeed, and they need to give them that warm welcome. But how warm would that be? Ooh, with a lot of those flames, that is indeed exactly warm. With all of those connecting in, and K. Lukis was damaged with an additional bullet coming in from that DBS. Now they will be taken by our Team Max in the process, and with their safe zone, with that part inside of the safe zone, they could take that all for themselves, and they just need to wait for our GFS, or rather APG, from behind to enter.
And here comes APG on Team Max. The drive-by by Skyden knocks out the John. Team Max eventually might lose one player. But anyway, crossing into the shack. Joseph will be there to pick him up. But that's the opening for APG. APG getting closer and closer to Team Max. The smoke is buying them a little bit more time, while Romeo Boy gets eliminated. Now YG, only one player left. But we're going to focus on the APG right now. They're on the Team Max.
Oh, they're on the Team Max right here, but now they're all up and alive. Let's see. Oh, with that APG top, knocking down Max EZK from the side. This is looking good as APG is disrupting the Team Max right here. Oh, but from above, going up, the count joins that engagement and actually sandwiches Team Max.
Woo! From the other end, Skynet had to take out the Appex Cow. There's going to be another point in the bag. But Team Max, they're not out of it yet. APG is getting closer and closer now. Atif is just right in front of them. But they know where Atif is at. Atif, he has to take this shot. Atif spraying down into the smoke. One knock by Atif. The follow-up is happening right now. Now there's no fall as well. Thanks to the John. The John right now is going to be the final player of Team Max. But top from the other side will make sure that Team Max will not clutch his team.
Oh no, they were not able to clutch them out, but this is one more nice clutch coming in from Bro. I believe that was Jibna knocking down top in the process, and they are not really over with the battles right there. APG still needs to heal up their teammates. Fernji is the last surviving player and member of that team. Now, Bro Range would want to disrupt and would want to interrupt their healing right there, but they don't have an exact angle onto their side. Meanwhile, for PBMS, they would go right above this spot wherein that was taken actually by YG Murnat Boy.
Are they going to hike up? Do they really
think
want to hike
so.
up? Okay, they know that Murnat is there though. Murnat lobs some molly just to buy a little bit more time. But now we switch over to APG. The nade by Jibna. Knocking out Fern, leaving top. The only active player left right now. But he can still save his teammate as long as he's crossed into the shack. Now they should be back as a duo, but now Murnat going in against PBMS. Young guy goes eliminated. This will open up the door for APG. 2-1 for PBMS to close the gap.
Oh no, I think that is the earliest that YG would be taken out. But now, moving on to and going back to the battle we had with the Bros and our APG. Now the Bros are actually awake. Sir Cloud, they're getting already six elimination, but with his land perfect, ooh, that will take down two more of those damaged players of APG, but still remains alive. Is APG top with that 1 HP as his surviving chance there. Ooh, but with all of those bullets coming in from Jibna, eliminates the rest of APG. Bro now from 15 will climb up to 12 and will probably climb even further if they get that winner chicken dinner.
Well, still gotta give it to top, right? There must be some divine intervention for allowing him to survive the extra few seconds before Harame Bros came in to wipe them all out. He should have been a goner early on, but yeah, that was a miraculous survival for him. But anyway, it didn't really change too much. It was just something just to point out in that fight.
Yep. Exactly. That was notable to mention because you've seen his two teammates, just die in front of him and die together with him in that very small shack. But he manages to survive even a few more seconds into the game. So indeed, yeah, that was worthy to mention on how Top tried his best to survive during those moments. But now going back to BG, Burmese goals are now just left with one, which is Lil Shalom right here, and he would still need to meet with the Bros later on, most especially if that moves away from his spot. Hearing those bullets, he's now very much more cautious.
Yeah, he's looking around, checking the corner because he is the final player for Burmese goals right now. On the elimination feed, PBMS in action this time against Sin. While the player is currently knocked down, but it's a long range knock and on top of the hill, so FB is not able to secure that elimination point. His objective right now is to try to get into the circle. Out in the open, only the smoke protecting him, and Pretzel spraying into the smoke. One last bullet, one last hit, and FB will fall.
Oh, I think he would, so he needs to be very careful. And look at this fall coming in from BBMS Caddy onto those attempts coming in from our GFS to go up the hill, which they are taking right now. And with that fall for GFS Shackle, that is an instant elimination. But with Sinefvi being out as well, that is courtesy of PBMS Minor right there. And with the rotation, there's also still Sin Rankid just right in front of them and giving them all of those bullets, but unfortunately will not be able to take them. PBMS Pretzel will need to face it with Rankid right there through the smoke. Will be that elimination coming in from Pretzel.
There goes Rankid, the risk it eliminated. And Sin is out at number 6. Anyway, now we have 5 more teams to go with 13 remaining players on the map. PBMS, they still need to get into the circle. While Burmese goes, Shalom, somehow he's still able to hold on to more positioning points for the team.
Oh, he indeed needs to keep alive to get more of those placement points later on. Looking at we have here GFS newbies. He has a long way to go down. I'm not sure if he will not receive that fall damage later on, but at least he has this buggy. So that is now the moment for the other teams on the other end to actually damage those vehicles in order for him to not be able to go down anymore. And that will be PBMS MM taking down a GFS Beast.
PBMS, they're not in the circle yet. Great work so far. 7 eliminations for them, but now they have to cut across a couple of these other teams, including 2-1-4, looking at them, making their movement into the circle. Sitting down, Shalom is on the other side, but Kree, he does not know that Shalom is there. Anyway, Kree is together with Yumi Boy right now in the same shack. One nade could rule them all. So PBMS, if they're able to lob one nade in, they could immediately score 2 elimination points.
Now with those 2 elimination points, let's see how else could that happen. I'm just, it is quite fun to see that YG, AVG is not there because they are the ones really dominating for the previous matches. But now 2-4 Yumi Boy trying to heal up Kree right here, but a lot of bullets are trying to interrupt them to do that right here. And PBMS actually on the push
Here he
right
comes.
now with PBMS Pretzel being knocked down.
Oh, wait a second. It's my Harame Bros on the other side. Naturally intervene. And from afar, Harame Bros is the one that's able to collect those elimination points. 2 extra points for Harame Bros, saving PBMS in the process.
Oh, right now, leaving us with only 4 teams right here. BG, last player, still hanging on for his dear life. PVMS left with 2, Bros with a full squad, and GFS with 2. So this probably, again, gives that chance for the Bros to redeem themselves in this final match.
Oh man, what took you, Harame Bros? What took you? But the mission is not over yet. They still need to overcome PBMS and Goodfellas, who's still in the game. 3 for PBMS, 2 for Goodfellas. As we check out the next phase of the circle. But anyway, Jappy's in the middle of the circle. Very likely that Harame Bros will be able to secure that compound. That will be that fortress against the remaining 2 teams.
Oh no, this is looking good for the side of our Bros. Probably looking a bit good for our PBMS. Oh, but with the circle, I take that back. That all just goes into the favor of our Harame Bro right here. Let's see if they will be able to utilize this chance very, very well with that nade onto GFS. I'm not sure if that will land perfectly. Nope, I don't think so. Even a bit of splash damage was not taken by Chewy's right there. Meanwhile, for newbies, he has a good spot as well to scout the surroundings, but not a good spot to be inside of the circle.
But no circle now for newbies. He has to cut across the road. It's going to be rather difficult. He does have a buggy though. And he does have his teammate Chewy inside the circle as a marker. But it's still going to be a tall order for newbies to cut across now because he has to look at other teams as well. He also has to look at PBMS on the left side. Anyway, he still needs to move. The zone is now closing. Let's see if he's able to get across safely. There's going to be the risk that he's currently taking right now. Buggy is not the most secure vehicle, but it's going to be a man first down.
Ooh, now looking at this, more odds, more chances for the Bros to get that win. They have all the advantages onto their side. The number advantage, the firepower, and of course the circle advantage right here. So now they're spotting mine right here, Pretzel on the other hand, and the other half of Bros are busy with our GFS. A lot could still happen because this could also be the same thing that happened with YG earlier on, that there's still full squad, but then those 2 duos left were the ones who were both targeting them, trimmed down to a 1v1v1 situation, and then eventually to a 1v1. So that could also happen here, but let's see if that will exactly be the same case, or will Bros continuously dominate this engagement.
And newbies continue to put pressure on the PBMS. Pretzel on the other side takes a lot of damage, but he's still not down and out yet. But Pretzel is still not in the circle. That's going to be a big problem for Pretzel. Anyway, Jibna will secure the elimination point. Number 13 right now for Harame Bros. 3 more targets to go before Harame Bros scores the chicken dinner.
Exactly, a few more chances for them to get that winner chicken dinner. Now they're quite more focused on the side of GFS, as that has still 2 players left, and actually the circle will leave out PBMS Minor, so quite unfortunate for PBMS, but at least they are still here in the top 3 teams remaining. So Nathan is now quite the solo player, I think, looking out for PBMS Minor, and the rest are focused on to our GFS. So still a few more seconds, Sir Cloud, for them to wait before that circle moves. And actually, Chewy is gonna get this opportunity to gear himself up with this airdrop.
Yeah, looks like an upgrade with the ghillie suit here. Let's see how will that change the fate of Goodfellas now. Now they need to go up against the full squad of Harame Bros and also the final player of PBMS, that is Miner. Now Miner is in a major situation right now because he's the only player on the outside of the circle, and Harame Bros, they know exactly where he is. So the moment he step out of this ditch, that's where Harame Bros will gun him down.
Exactly. That is the moment we're in. He would easily be spotted, easily be taken down by our bro. So now that is quite of a ceasefire. Oh, look at this.
There you
When
go.
Jibna actually went to the second floor, that was an easy and an exact angle to perfectly eliminate PBMS. So now bros versus GFS. I believe the odds are heavily in favor of our bro.
And here comes the final few moments here. We're going on to stage number 9, no circle. Good fellas, the ball is on their court right now. How are they going to overcome Harame Bros? Harame Bros, they have representatives in the inner side of the circle, more towards the middle. So they are further away than the blue as compared to Good Fellas. So this is going to be the big challenge for Good Fellas to overcome Harame Bros. No, we have seen it before. Although you have a full squad, the Chicken Dinner could still go to another team. So Harame Bros, they cannot lose their focus now.
They cannot be too complacent indeed. They cannot lose their focus because if GFS actually has a solid plan onto how to target the compound bro right here, they could pull that off. Look at this silent ninja moves of Chewy, perfect rather with that ghillie suit that he has here. So with this flank, with this ninja move, he could slowly but surely deliver that surprise onto bros. I'm not just quite sure to as to how our bros would receive him, but most likely because it's stage number 9, this could come as a surprise.
Yeah, we like to see surprises though, not gonna lie there. No disrespect to Harame Bros, but then again, surprises are always fun to watch. Anyway,
Yes.
Good Fellas right now, it's that call to move. The blue is closing in. Harame Bros making a move as well. We can see Nathan. He is repositioning his vehicle in case he needs to use that as a barricade later on. For now, they don't really need to move. They can still hold on to the compound while waiting for Good Fellas to show themselves.
Let's see how our good fellas will actually show themselves because as we're seeing it, we have here, newbies, rather Chewy holding that nade, and he actually threw that onto our bros. That's why he gave away his position. But look at this
Chewy!
surprise movement coming in from Chewy. 2 knockdowns right here. Lands perfectly onto Nathan. 1 more onto Jappy. Again, this could come as a perfect surprise onto our bros, and that exactly is what is happening right here on our screen. 2v2 situation right now to rim down to this position. Oh, look at this, through the smoke and even through that vehicle. Now onto the move. Bro Range is now being chased by Tui right here, and just right above would be Bro Jibna having half of his HP being now out, and they are now forced to face each other because of the movement of the circle now going around the map, and there will be newbies being taken down. Tui tried to heal himself up. One situation, Bro Jibna will be taken, and what a clutch coming in from GFS. Good fellas gaming through that table and turned things around.
Are you kidding me? It did happen at the end of the day. Good Fellas, representing Brunei, came out with a chicken dinner against the defending champions, Harame Bros, who had a full squad towards the end. It was a 2v4, and Chewy opened up the game for them to take on the final chicken dinner in day number 1 grand finals.
OMG, Sir Cloud. Again, that happened once more. Surprise moment. 2v4 situation. They just turned that around very well. Really commendable play coming in from GFS. Newbies, Chewy, Beast, and Shaco, and most especially for what Chewy did during those final moments. They had that perfect timing. I really commend that attempt to go for that ninja movement onto the eastern side. But now first, let's watch what are the highlights during that final match. I still can't get over what happened during those final moments of GFS and our bros. But after those match rankings, we still have bros actually being on top with 20 overall because of that 14 eliminations that they banked throughout match number 6. So kudos to them as well for doing their best and trying to get that winner chicken dinner. But again, commending GFS, even though they took 17 eliminations, that was really a well executed gameplay. Sir Cloud, you know, it's just really amazing at that point. I'm really very speechless, and I just like to congratulate GFS for trying to do that. More so that this is their first time in the grand finals and even in the PMCL.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is insane. It is the best chicken dinner that we have seen
Yes.
so far today in the grand finals. And because of that, right now they're on the first half of the page, number 8 for Goodfellas with 42 points, shooting themselves up so high, man. A message to the manager of Goodfellas, Hawaii. If you're listening to this, buy these boys a huge supper, whatever it is, whatever they want to eat, you know, they deserve it because of their performance in this chicken dinner. It is just amazing. But you know what is amazing? Yangon Galacticos is now 42 points ahead of PBMS, the number 2 team, and they have broken the 100 point mark.
Exactly that 100 point mark. But I'd also like to commend PBMS. Although they weren't able to, do so much of those explosive highlights each and every time, but at least they were consistent as well into taking those points home, and that brought them to that number 2 spot right now. But for the top 4 teams that we have seen during match number 6, that was Bros taking 14 eliminations, GFS with 7, and PBMS with 8, and so on and so forth. And of course, no doubt, this is a no-brainer. MVP title goes to GFS Chewy.
Of course. He brought the chicken dinner to them. He was the one that got the kill suit. He got the off angle, but gotta give it to his teammate Newbies as well. He was the front line fragger to kind of open up the space for Chewy to be successful as well. So, like what you said, still no doubt, he brought the chicken dinner to the team, and he deserved that MVP title for Goodfellas. So great work by Chewy. Now I am looking forward to see if Goodfellas can actually be one of the surprise teams, because we have 2 more days to go, and that is 12 games in total, so still anything can happen.
Anything could still happen right here, of course, but this would not all happen if this is not brought to us by Tecno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with a Gammon 30S powered by a fast gaming processor and a 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. Also exclusive support Dolby Atmos in-game. Your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag.
Yes, and thank you so much to Tecno for being together with us for this season, and hopefully for more seasons to come, because this season could be really exciting with the 12 more games to go. Yangon Galacticos, they kind of chill in the final game, but I totally understand because they have that gap. But you guys can also chill with Alan Walker's music in conjunction with PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary. Alan Walker is back. The first track is faded. What is track number 2? Track number 3? Leave it in the comment section.
Oh, that's interesting. You guys comment that out for us to know, of course. Even though we know, we just want to make sure that you know. But the Golden Moon event is now on, so don't forget to collect the time token and redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free, and also the Desert Boat Camel, which will soon join PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds and to join you on your Golden Moon journey. So for everyone else who is watching and not yet playing PUBG Mobile, don't forget to check our stores and download PUBG Mobile.
Oh yeah, and for those of you who have downloaded, obviously you got to update to check out these new features. But what a day has been, Aya, for day number 1 of the grand finals. How are you feeling now after looking at the first day?
Ooh, I am really full of a lot of emotions. Indeed, I was excited during the beginning, and then I was thrilled at the middle, and now I am really surprised at the ending. But I guess, Sir Cloud, we will be ending for today. Thank you so much to all of our viewers. Once again, this is yours truly, Appex Playz with Sir Cloud in the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2025 Grand Final.